Welcome everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. It's your boy JJ. How is it going, everyone? Hopefully, y'all are doing well. With us on our casting couch for today, I am excited to introduce one of our new commentators we're having joining us this whole entire weekend. We have Fuzzy Paradox. How are you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Hey there. Thank you guys for having me. Doing good, doing good. Really excited for today. And yeah, a little early on my part, but I'm super excited nonetheless to view some really fun games today. Of course, we also have another commentator on the other side, the one, the only, Mr. Vanguard Insider himself. Eric, how we doing?
I'm doing great. It's very early, but not as early on your side. But I'm very excited for today and all the exciting standard matches we're going to have today. So yeah, cannot wait for it.
Awesome. So we have over about 146, 148 players currently waiting to get their Vanguard games in, hopefully to get the first prize of this event, some boxes, some cards, a certificate, waiting to get their name immortalized as a Bushiroad Rumble Online winner. So today we're going to be getting an introduction as to what BRO is. It's a sanctioned online event that is held virtually via Discord. You take part in it. You have the Bushiroad Navi that you sign and registered via, and then you take part and you play some matches against people and players. Then we also have, it is a location area based game. So it takes part in AO, EU, NA, and Latin America as well as part of the United States. So having these events being held during the allotted formats is really going to be really good, because we also have the standard V premium that we just had at last BRO 4, and then we also have premium that's coming down in November during the winter periods. And also don't forget, there's also Weiss Schwarz. So that's really awesome to have.
Yeah, so if you're a fan of any of these formats, you can easily jump right in.
Exactly. So I'll leave it off to John here to give us an explanation as to exactly what these formats are, what the tournament's format is going to look like, and have him go into this weekly schedule as well.
Excellent. All right, if we want to push over to the next slide. All right, so for today, we will be playing in the standard format. It'll be best of one for both day one and day two, respectively. And of course, coming up in the upcoming weekends, we will be having the premium formats. That will be later in November. So if you do happen to miss out on a couple of rounds today, or if you didn't manage to be able to participate today, you do have some options to play in the premium format as well. But of course, that's just the format itself. What people are really after are these really nifty prizes, which I'll pass on over to Eric, and he can explain.
So let's see if they can catch up on the stream. Yeah, so as you can see,
there we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got some really spicy prizes. Some of you might recognize these from the V Premium, because once again, people are playing for a Chrono Jet prize card, but this time it's a different version, as it's the one for standard, which also is incidentally the same type of Chrono Jet that's being used in Premium itself. So that's a very nice touch that Bushiroad introduced with the Premium deck sets, or the Stride deck sets. But besides these prize cards they're playing for, there are a couple of other prizes, as if you come in 4th place, you can win a certificate, which is just bragging rights that you can show to your content, your creator, players, peers, as well as your family. But if you get to 3rd place, you get not only a copy of the winner prize, but you also get a booster display box. And I believe it's of your choosing, so you can choose which booster box you missing cards for, so you can get your final pieces for your upcoming decks. Then if you finish 2nd place, you not only get a certificate and one of these booster boxes, but you get 2 copies of the Victory Promo Jet card. But of course, if you get in first, and I think most of the Gear Chronicle players are aiming for this, you not only get a certificate, a booster box, but more importantly, you get a complete playset of the shiny Victory Chrono Jet Victory promo card. So yeah, I think most of the players are aiming for this card, and especially any Gear Chronicle fan out there. Sadly, I'm not participating in this one, because otherwise I would definitely aiming for this card.
Whew, actually crazy, Eric. So I think we also still have like today's format that we still need to discuss.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, so as I was discussing earlier, so we do have the standard format that's playing out today, August 26th, August 27th. So today will be a best of one. I believe it's going to be around 7 rounds.
Yeah, just about
7 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to be going into a top 8 cut, and the top 8 cut will be playing out tomorrow, also best of 1, but duking it out with the best to try and get those Chrono Jet prize cards. And like I said, of course, if you do happen to miss today's events, which are, of course, on the 26th and on the 27th, well, you still have a chance to play in the premium format BRO. That'll be happening later on in the season. And that's going to be really exciting as well, because we're going to see a lot of cool history collection stuff. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely very excited to see some really crazy history collection interactions.
Yeah, that is going to be an explosive tournament from what I've seen players cooking up online. It's going to be nice.
Yeah, we got people cooking with sauce. But yeah, that's going to be the breakdown for you guys. And
bring it over to
I'm
us
excited.
again, and then we can start talking a little bit about the format. We can talk about like standard a whole little bit. So like, since we do have Festival Collection that recently came out, we also have Set 10 that came out recently. Dragon Masquerade also came out. How do you feel how this meta has shaped up so far?
Definitely interesting, to say the least. Right? I think a lot of us, we try to look at how the Japanese meta kind of develops as a whole. Mm-hmm. But the cool thing is that the English format as a whole, there are a couple sets that they have that we don't. So we try to adapt in that sort of sense, right? Yeah. Obviously, I think you do have your outliers. The big ones being Willista and Gondiva in my eyes. But you do have a lot of interesting decks that I personally think that weren't as played as heavily in the Japanese format that have a lot more representation in the English format. For example, Zorga, right? Zorga has a lot of powerful interactions that I think also do really well in those certain matchups. And also Hexa Orb. I mean, I know, JJ, you're definitely one of the a big Hexa Orb fan, so I think you could agree with me that Hexa Orb was actually a really, really good deck. Could take people off guard. If it gets its triggers by ways of stacking, it could really push people over the edge. So I'm excited to see if there is going to be some sort of like difference in that sense, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, of course. I can agree with that. What about you, Eric? How do you feel this matchup has been faring? Because have you been able to play a lot of the standard format so far?
Of course, when Chronojet came out, I was very active with that format, and I have my own say with, of course, with Youthberg, because I have some relationship with that deck as of late. But this format, as most people are expecting, as Fuzzy also pointed out, is like there are the obvious decks that everybody knows. Like Gandiva is one of the boogeymangs. We now just got Willista, which got revealed, which is insanely strong. And of course, Chronojet is on people's mind. But besides that, there are, of course... wait, hold on a second. My Discord is going off. So, sorry for that. Besides that, there are still, of course, a lot of other interesting decks that are maybe under the radar, or some people are aware, like Minerva can be incredibly scary deck when it goes off. Leonor Mask, even though people were thinking it was kind of a meme deck, has taken some tops and taking some names, which is actually because it has some high roll potential. And there are a couple of other decks like Dragon Overlord The End, maybe somebody can high roll a bit with Orifice, Hexorb, of course, with the trigger manipulation can do a lot of damage. And we've seen like Phantom Blaster Overlord to some players taking it to some success, and we've seen I don't remember her name exactly, but we got the Lyrical deck that works with these curse cards that also taking some tops because it can high roll.
Lutetia.
Yeah, Lutetia, with the recent capability, because it's similar to the End in that sense. It can suddenly pop off very strong with the fingered pressure. And so even though we might see a lot of regular names like Andiva and Willista, maybe Chronojet and Eva, but there are still like other decks we shouldn't underestimate that could suddenly take some spots in this top 8 bracket this tournament.
I completely agree with you. There's a lot of explosive decks. And I also want to cover one cool thing that one of our community members did on Twitter. The user of K used a really cool template created by Curly Haired Hero, one of our other fellow content creators, also a commentator, who did the spring edition, one of the last Vanguard Zero events that he did commentary on himself. So I kind of want to take a look at it, and we can take a look at what the community also thinks about these decks going into this season. So if we take a minute to have that brought up for us,
Yeah.
then we can give you guys a good inclination of like.
Yeah, Eric's got to make sure Chrono Jet's on the S tier.
yeah. Just bump it up a little bit.
So as you can see here right now, we have like best deck in the format. That slot in with Willista here. Then we also have Zorga Mask, we have Gandiva, we have Chronojet, and then we could take down the list of like valid decks you can top with, and you can still see consistent players running with. So like, what stands out to you guys? You guys think that you can agree with or disagree with here?
My main thing that stands out for me personally is the Messiah one. I know it's a stride deck set and it has the crest power and a lot of explosivity, but my issue with Messiah for a long while is that it's really piece reliant, and if its field is controlled to some extent, like if it goes into Gandiva and just wipes its field, I feel like the deck doesn't really do much beyond that, and it's very top deck reliant to get back into the game, besides of course the crest power as an accessibility. So I don't know if it should, in my opinion, it should be ranked that high, honestly.
What about you, John? What do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of interesting decks that I see in the C tier personally. Right, so one that I definitely want to highlight is Welstra. So that one in specifically, I feel like has a lot of interesting interactions, especially if we're talking about things in the higher tiers, right? So Gandiva specifically focuses on retiring rear guards, but Welstra, on the other hand, has these interactions where it bounces its cards back to its hand, so there's nothing to retire, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it still maintains this aggro pressure. At the same time, it can also minus the opponent's Vanguard power. So there's a lot of cool and neat like aggressions and little microaggressions that it can have against things like Gandiva. And even things like Chronojet. I definitely remember when Chronojet was a little more prominent in the meta, Welstra was definitely one of those contenders that did really well against it. So, I mean, I would definitely see something like Welstra as an outlier. Another one, personally, I guess also Aurora would be interesting. Aurora is one of those decks that you really have to look out for in the early game. I personally think Aurora has some of the most aggro, if not the best aggro early game.
Yeah, that deck is pretty strong early game.
I agree. I think it was like at some point, like most of the Stoicheia decks, even down to Flagberg, right? At the point when it was also prominent, it itself was running all just Aurora lines, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was something along the lines of being able to spam anywhere between 4 to 5 plant tokens. And, now you also have the addition of the mushrooms. And even then, that's more token shenanigans that are going to be happening. So a lot more aggro. So it'd be interesting to see if we see Aurora in our lineup today. And then, of course, the one other card that I would personally like to see for those who are going to their shop qualifiers and manage to get their Impulses in time, we, of course, have Dredgeold Mask. So it'll be actually very interesting to see how much the deck has changed because of that.
Yeah, that's true. I do think there's like Knight of Degree Thasius, which also increases the ceiling of Minerva a little bit, which is one of the new grade 2 promos as well. So the promos, just like you were talking about Welstra just now, it also has the grade 1 promo, the grade 1 order promo that's gotten recently that has increased the scaling of the deck, giving it a little bit of early game, giving it a chance of having an extra attacker or an extra booster if you want to commit a bit extra damage into your opponent. So having cards like these are very impactful into today's format, because like you noticed, I think a different fight, Chris had covered this a little bit in one of his recent videos that we can kind of talk about a little bit at length, that the power scaling of a lot of cards, the early game has shifted astronomically into more an aggressive format. And so having your correct pieces and having the promos to assist you with getting that aggressive game plan going is very important nowadays.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, because by dedicating your early game as consistently as possible, it allows you to dictate the tempo of the rest of the game. And that means that if your later turns are a bit weaker, you can leverage more on your successful earlier turns, thus giving you a bit more breathing room. And if your turn 1, turn 2 just is right, swing, pass, you're not really doing much, and you're not generating enough advantage to get into those later turns and get advantage of potentially getting a couple of triggers or getting to your main combo. Because having a 5 attack combo is great, but if your opponent has 1 damage, what are you actually going to achieve that turn?
Yeah, I'm personally going to be very excited to see if we even have a Minerva player that's running with Thasius today. So aside from that, I think another deck that I maybe would want to highlight is Tamayura.
Oh, now you're talking to my heart. Like that's things that I love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Tamayura also has a lot of neat combos. Having the ability to have the multi-attack with the dolls, it does generate a little bit of draw power. And once again, does have those sort of pseudo interactions where things can go out of into soul. So therefore, it's hard for main things to be retired or to be locked. So whether or not that plays out, it could mean the meeting of being able to beat some of these higher tier decks. So I would be excited to see that as well if we have it in the bracket.
Right now, I'll just give you a quick little highlight here. Right now, we do have a little bit of we will be able to get to round 1, hopefully within a few moments. But first, we'll talk a little bit more about the other formats itself as well, because like recently we did have the restriction rules update on a couple of the cards going into the new season, especially with history collection behind our back, and now in our future we will be playing some of the new cards and some of the reintroductions of the on-hit strides like Victen and Clifford and a lot of those old school on-hit and ride lines. How do we feel now about those decks going forward?
It's hard to say, because most of at least some of the restrictions people are already expecting, because we've seen those restrictions earlier with the Japanese ban list, so players have been adjusting accordingly. But the thing that I have with the history collection is, because that set introduces so much for so many different clans, I think we haven't had time to explore every single avenue that set provides to the player base. Like, we have seen a couple of lists for a couple of main decks that are popular, like Narukami, maybe Shadow Pendulum or something, that has been experimented already with. But I feel like the more underdog clans, or the more rogue decks that people have experienced much time, maybe there's something explosive being cooked behind the scenes that suddenly pops up on BRO, and then we're like, oh, we were not expecting this to be the main new boogeyman of the format. We thought Narukami is going to be the main thing. So it's hard to say. Like, the history collection is such a unique set that even though it didn't introduce much new cards, it is warping the format to some extent. So yeah, I'm excited to see what that format is going to look like. So I cannot wait to BRO in 1 or 2 months from now to see what that format is going to be. But if you ask me what I think it's going to be, it could literally be anything.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I definitely expected Final Rush Time Leap. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's going to be one of those Wild West formats. Definitely a format to be like, maybe something that you didn't expect to see. Or maybe just a card that wasn't relevant back in the old days, but now with the new history collection support and the ability to do so much, it has relevance again. So yeah, I'm actually very excited to see how that's all going to play out. Not even just here in the BRO space, right? We have the entire BCS season that's going to be playing out, and there's definitely going to be a lot of neat little decks that we'll be able to take a look at, not just for premium and standard, all of it. I'm just excited for the season, to be honest.
Yeah, I too as well. It's like we can cover a little bit about the BCS format as well. Like, seeing that we have more in-person events that's being held since we come off the back of Springfest, going into the BCS, we're trying to go into Worlds now. Most of us trying to get there, Like, how do you feel like the community's feeling or sentiment has been in your local areas? Like, how do you feel right now that people have been feeling about like Vanguard itself, or the competitive scene, that type of stuff, or if you guys play a little bit of competitives yourself? What about you, Fuzzy? You could go first.
Yeah, sure. So my local scene, I would say we definitely have a lot of strong contenders. We definitely have a lot of competitive players. I personally know some people in my local area that are trying to go to as many BCS seasons as they can, trying to get that invite. Now that it's in Japan as well, I think a lot of people really want to try and get to that sort of level. And yeah, we have a lot of people that are doing some neat interactions, not just, of course, in the standard space, the premium space as well. But I think it also is nice because it's a sense of community where everyone has these set ideas of, man, I don't know what to run. I'm not personally comfortable with this clan. But then you have somebody who maybe has like a speciality, and that's like, here, let me help you with that sort of a thing. Maybe they have a couple of more I don't know, tops under their belt with that sort of clan. So they're like, here's my insight, here's my perspective. And it's all this sort of like communal learning experience that we're all trying to get better together. And that's the sort of thing I love to see.
Okay, it takes a village. Okay, I got that. I like that. What about you, Eric? What's been your sentiment recently with Vanguard?
Well, for me, I'm like in a weird position because of the fact that I don't really have a active locals at the moment right now. Like I have a player community around me, but most of the players that are playing Vanguard currently around me are more on the casual side of things. Like there are a couple of very high competitors, like of course Dave, that's aiming for every single win that this guy can grab his hands on. He's honestly pretty much an outlier in currently, at least, because most players that right now are just. They have like a lot of things going on right now, so they have to dedicate their attention sadly to something else, but that's just how life goes sometimes. But when I look at the community online to some extent, where I'm more active with, like, I definitely see a lot of players that were more back-seated a bit for a couple of years that are getting more on the forefront right now, that are want to compete right now, that want to get to actually those top numbers that are they're aiming for worlds or getting some prestige. And there are multiple factors that are acquainted to this. Of course, the latest developments within the game itself, but also within the community itself. Like we've seen more community resources being added to the community, so it's much easier to get the information you need. And as well, potentially some competition with some rankings that we see online that's been available now, which makes me
somebody's been adding that. somebody in our commentary that has been doing that type of stuff.
Man, beats me, guys.
So yeah, it's there's definitely a shift that I've seen in the last couple of years or two, and I'm very curious of what that will bring to the foreseeable future with the next 1 to 2 years down the line as forward.
Okay, I can attest to that. That's really, really cool. And having somebody like Fuzzy as well within our community, and I think there's also other. I think it was a content. I wouldn't say content creator. It was like an engineer who was also making a API for something for the game as well. I can't remember what it was. It was supposed to be either a script or was supposed to help players as well with something. I can't remember what it is. It'll come to me later. But we can cover with Fuzzy's project that he's been running with Vanguard Paradox. What brought it about? What inspired it? And like, where do you see its future for the program so far?
Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, it kind of derived from that sense of community, I guess, right? That just sense of wanting to have access to all these like deck lists that we constantly see online. I think both of you can agree with me, like back in the day, scrolling through Facebook or scrolling through Twitter, like, oh yeah, wait, what deck topped? From where?
Hold up, just trying to translate in Google Translate using DeepL to translate events.
Yeah, exactly.
Works, what worked. Yeah.
So it was kind of that sense of community. If you guys can believe it, I mean, once again, I guess shout outs to Different Fight, but it kind of started as like this community thing back all the way during the pandemic, where I used to do pie charts for like the online tournaments for his online tournaments. And it kind of evolved into that. Why don't you make this sort of thing into a website? And yeah, awesome. It kind of evolved into that. And I'm super happy with the project as it is right now. And of course, I'm going to try and only make it better as it goes.
Awesome. Okay. Anything you're willing to share with us so far that you might be having in the works, or is that currently hush hush at the moment?
I mean, definitely stick around. There are a couple of things I want to try and develop when it comes to the BCS side. Now that we have a few more cool tools to use, like Bushiroad, that's another amazing tool that now that we have overseas, I want to try and have some integration into the website. So maybe try to find some sort of interaction with that, but we'll see.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. What about you, Eric? Any projects you want to also talk about you might be introducing today?
Well, I don't know if you heard something from the grapevine that you put me on the spot here, but there is a project that I'm working on. It's kind of hush-hush right now because I don't know how much I want to... the thing is, I don't want to say things right now and not be able to do it, so people get mad with me because I've done it in the past so far. But
yes, yes, we have.
But I'm working on a pretty big project. That's also the reason why I'm lowering my content output right now, because there's something I've been planning for a couple of years, and now I'm getting the tools to actually realize this idea. So expect probably a major update by the end of the year, because I'm contacting multiple peoples right now to get their insight and their expertise, and hopefully I have something to show by the end of the year. And I think it could change Vanguard to some extent. So hopefully, that's the idea with it.
All right. Okay. The changing of Vanguard itself. All right. I can't wait to see how that turns out. Let me take a quick look and see if we're ready to get going yet. Seems that we are still covering something. Okay. Okay. All right. It seems that we are gonna have some discussions here about.
I think
What's up?
if anything, we might be able to load up a video for the time being. Yeah.
Yes, we actually have something for some of the newer players, and maybe some of the veterans probably might not like this. Most of y'all already been playing Vanguard for over.
We gotta teach everybody, okay?
Exactly.
Vanguard is about teaching and expanding everybody's love for the game, so we've got to do this.
Okay, so right now we're gonna pay some bills, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Hopefully, we get to see you guys soon. Enjoy the video. See you guys.
Cardfight Vanguard is a two-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into two different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are two types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the four numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get +10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger. An Over Trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have one such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Sure. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but you know, we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. I know, that's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I know. Yeah.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game, like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of it. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I I will take Ren's Revenger deck and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use this deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But like I really like Ren, so that's probably
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like, do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really question.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah. Is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys. I'm always going to be that guy, you know. So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so, you know, good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Weiss Schwarz. Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Real Life Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad. Hey yo, let's dance with beautiful DJ. Check it out, insane all day. Everybody, 人類みな友達。そうだ。いつでもつながってる。コミュニケーション。踏み、here we go。おいでこのフロアに今すぐに。どこ
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
No. Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
playing
the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So, that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you would be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for a company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manta, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards, and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
Yeah. So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
Welcome back, everybody, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. We're back from paying some bills. Hopefully, you didn't miss us for too long. Right now, we're going to be getting into round one just in a second. But first, we'll talk a little bit about the decks we'll be featuring in this feature match for today. Are you excited, Eric? Are you ready to go?
I'm very excited. I think we're not going to diddle-dally too long here, as we also have a very exciting player on the stream today. So I think we're ready to just jump into this list and then immediately jump into the fight. What do you say, JJ?
I am ready to go. So let's take a look at some of our contenders we'll be having on today. All right, we have TDH Philip for you guys who are probably not seeing the list currently on screen because he's too powerful that we can't show it to you guys as yet. He is rocking Alter Ego Messiah on today's stream for today. He's going to be playing it in the BRO for this weekend. Could you give us a quick history of what this archetype is looking to do, Eric?
So anybody that's familiar with Chronojet, Messiah also is a stride deck set, so it has the crest power and the stride mechanic, so it can go into grade 4s for a single turn when the opponent and you are the player are both grade 3s. But unlike Chronojet that's focused on multi-tacking, Messiah, or at least multi-tacking with Time Leap, Messiah is focused on locking and then using the lock mechanic to multi-tack and to empower their your units. So think of your Alter Ego Stride skill, or Awakening Messiah to give power to the board, or of course your Arresters that allow you to multi-tech, or Sacrifice Messiah to add more unlock or lock potential to the board. But of course, everybody knows this deck is a bit piece reliant because you need those specific rearguards to get to those lock units in order to use your strides to unlock those to achieve big multi-tech columns with big numbers. So where Chronojet can multi-tech with just one card essentially on the field and use the Vanguard ability, this deck relies on locking your cards with your rearguards and then use your Vanguard's ability to unlock those to achieve those multi-tech numbers.
Woo! Man's on fire today. All right.
Yeah.
And that is a good explanation of a really powerful archetype looking to do and achieve some really interesting things. Are there like any specific cards in this deck that is sticking out to you that might be a bit of an outlier from what you see normally in some lists?
Overall, the main deck is pretty cookie cutter for Messiah because you need a lot of dedicated space. But one card that sticks out a bit because I don't really use typically all too much is the Grade 1 Herbic Claw, which is a relatively new card that allows you to get more soul. It's similar to what Bulbamine does for the nation as a whole, but this card is more dedicated support for Messiah as it also allows you to get more cards when you are unlocking. But I have seen deck listed up to not run this for other options, but it's an interesting include, and I'm curious how this will impact the match for Philip in this particular case.
Okay, and now we will get into the matchup he'll be playing against in a second. It's going to be Darcy N of Friends playing Lyrical Monasteria Lutetia, an archetype that a lot of people seem to be all of forgotten, actually.
Yeah, and I'm also a fault of that because in the last BCS in Italy, I was facing this. I was like, oh, this is probably not that dangerous. I'd never heard of this card being competitive viable right now. And I almost died because this deck can explode out of nowhere. It's pretty good strong. And as you, as a dedicated Overlord or Kagero fanatic, I think you are very familiar, or at least can enjoy this deck because it feels a bit like Overlord with the recent capabilities of the Vanguard.
Yes, definitely, because it does incorporate a whole lot of units being able to call top of your deck, filter for your curses. Since it does use the order mechanic, and orders you can personally only just use once per turn, but half of their orders are actually normal orders, and the other half of their orders are blitz orders, which allows you to draw extra cards if you have a certain amount of quota of orders in your soul from your curses that you've added. And you also have one of the cool cards that have been being utilized in this deck as well is the Gratis Regale. It's one of the new orders that have been introduced into the game that allows you to get extra very powerful effects, and have been also incorporating a very interesting Grade 1 in the blue-haired prodigy Resius, because they also have access to a card that a whole lot of people like playing against as well. And it just gives you a way of being able to get some aggression on the board, push some attacking pressure, get some restands. It does only give you plus 10k for the turn since there's no bounce capabilities, because some people actually used to run Yuika in this slot instead. So it's very interesting that they're running Resius as well. What do you make of it?
It's interesting for what they want to use this. I think it's basically to make their center column as powerful as possible because the power does stay until the end of turn. So if you can stack it on your Vanguard really stands and you have two powerful numbers, that could be game changing, as they might not have enough shield to get that guard at 10k twice on the Vanguard swing. So I can see this being a pretty powerful one-off or tech card, or it's not a one-off, but a tech card that they could use to win games that they might not won in other situations.
All right, but let's see how this ships up. Let's get into round number 1 of the BRO 2023. Let's get on with it. All right, awesome. Looks like we are going to get the players getting up and ready to go already. So some of the names and stuff is going to get fixed. So give us a moment with that. The players look like they're ready to go. How do you feel about this matchup overall, Eric?
It's kind of interesting because, funny enough, I've played the matchup with Chronojet, so Messiah being a stride Dexter as well. It has the same dynamic. It depends on who's going first, because Lutetia doesn't really mind going first or second into a stride deck set per se, but Messiah definitely needs to go second in order to achieve the main power play as fast as possible. But with Leticia being able to restand, depending on how much pressure she can generate on the first grade free turn and how much value she can generate, it's a bit of a coin toss in that sense, because her going first could be deadly, but if she cannot capitalize on it, then it could give Messiah enough leeway to overrule or overrun the Leticia player.
That's really strong. That's actually one of the cool things about being able to play against a crest archetype like Messiah or like Jet, especially with some of the other crest archetypes that are coming out, just like Nubatama and Luard as well. Getting that extra power just passively while playing the game and pushing your opponent with the added aggressive in the beginning of the game is really interesting.
Yeah, and it depends on what type of design pattern your deck has. With if you are dependent if your opponent is grade 3 or not, that could drastically change the dynamic of how you approach the game, because you might want to grade deny them for a couple of turns to not give them the strike. But yeah, if your Vanguard doesn't really mind your opponent at grade 2, like Leticia, you could just ride up and just slam with all your full power attacks, even when they're still at the 10k base. But that means you are giving them immediately a strike turn.
Okay, so it looks like Philip and Darcy has already got the game on going already. So Philip already took his attack turn, attacking with one of his rear guards into the grade 1 Leticia, already dealing a 1 point of damage. It seems to be a curse that went to the damage, so no damage strikes. Looks like he also ended up taking the Vanguard attack as well. It was a front for Philip.
It looks like with Philip going second here, he already called the early on the grade 1, which is kind of interesting because it's a card that you can just slam down, as it's not a GB unit and it's not a combo piece per se. So it allows Philip to be a bit more aggressive, and that's something that Messiah does lack with the early game. So maybe that's a reason why I also included this particular grade 1. But I do see him discarding the Sacrifice Messiah, which is a combo piece. So either that tells us that his hand is full with combo pieces, or he maybe has a lot of triggers or something like that.
Might be a tough decision of being able to try to keep your hand large as possible, because you want to always keep it always like ahead of you. You want to make sure that you want to have some guarding capabilities. You want to be able to always go with an aggressive angle. You might want to pivot, maybe the Intersoul crit, maybe to develop a little bit of soul, and then sometimes sacrifice might not be able to give you that. So that's a very interesting angle.
Oh yeah, so right now what we see the grade. They have a column here. He called down the grade 1, I believe, on the Leticia on the back row there as a 13k booster, and the unit he called in front is the grade 2, the 10k. It's another way to it's this the unhit that allows you to search your deck, which Philip, of course, he guarded, which is smart, because you don't want to give Leticia too many access to those order cards, because if they get to the magical number of, I believe, 4 cards, they're at full power, and there's nothing you can really interact at that point anymore to deny them resources. So it's a good early play for Darcy, because it means you can attack with a stronger column, and they are most likely going to guard, thus wasting guard potential. You don't have to be scared of a defensive trigger that shut down your other 10k columns here.
That's definitely true. So it looks like from the grade 1 Leticia being out on a rearguard circle, he might have used Curse Sugar Sparkle, which allows you to soul charge 1 and call 1 out of your soul. It gets 5k for the turn. So it's probably one of the reasons why Philip invested like so much shield value into one of the attacking columns just now. Possibly might have hit also like an offensive trigger that might have pushed him a little bit over. So we'll see how that pans out. Looks like Philip couldn't commit any regards to the board on this earlier attack here, so we'll see how this.
Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of most of the Stride decks, that if your deck isn't tailored to early aggression here, and that's one of the weaknesses of Messiah, because Philip probably has a couple of grade 2s in his hands, but those are most likely going to be your Arrestor Messiahs, and you don't want to sacrifice those cards early on, because if they die, you lose your potential multi-attack combo on your turn-free Stride turns. So that's one of the weaknesses here that we can see for Messiah display.
Oof. Looks like we have full Look like we're going on full pistons here with Darcy's turn. It's going to use the Curse Sparkle, get the critical out of the soul. That's going to get a bit of extra power. He's already gotten plus 5k for activating Curse for the turn, because that's what the grade 3 Letitia does. It's now 10k on the column. It's going to be swinging in for 29, since that's only a 6k booster. He's going to be taking this damage here. First check.
Ooh, critical.
So how do you feel like he should be guarding here, going further into this turn? Like, what's the damage threshold he should probably try to leave himself at?
I feel like with Letitia, you probably want to keep at 3 or 4 as long as possible, because that allows you during like a Persona Right turn, if they're going to restand, to just take one of the Vanguard attacks, because you can the chance of you dying is relatively low. But it looks like Philip has to dedicate a lot of cards from hand if he wants to keep at a lower shield, lower damage count here, because he's already at 3 and there's still 2 numbers coming in. And we just saw Darcy adding the critical thanks to the on-hit of the grade 1. So we know there's going to be a Persona Right next turn if he doesn't want to use a normal curse order.
It also does telegraph a little bit as well that he might not also have any other grade 3s in his hand, and also maybe telegraphs too that he didn't add the Elementaria Sanctitude. So that's something probably he can Philip can abuse here going into his first try turn.
Now it depends on what he's going to do here, because this is yet again another unhit for a potential search for an order. And this is also relatively sizable column. I believe this is 28k, so that's 20k shield for Philip.
So he's thinking about how to commit it. And then there's also the other rear guard column too. That's going to be around like, what, 10 more on top of it, since it adds power equal to the amount of orders that you have in your soul.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, there's also a 10k booster behind it, because there's a critical trigger, if I see correctly, on the field with 5k power. And I assume Darcy is either at 2 or 3 curses at this point, because he didn't resend Letitia.
No, you're right. This is going to be a 25k attack going in.
So Philip contemplating how he wants to guard here.
Yeah, I mean, Philip is a Worlds competitor for a reason, right? Ended up going to Worlds playing Bruce, grade 4 Bruce in a meta where it wasn't even poised to be a very strong contender for it. He was able to make it in. So being deliberate and being thoughtful about like how you want to go about your turns is the makings of a Worlds qualifying player.
Yep. Now we're going to get into the Messiah turn, and this is going to be interesting because he can pop off here quite a bit. Darcy might be at 2 damage, but Philip can either rank up a lot of damage or control the board a little bit. There is a worrying sign though. I've seen, I believe, 2 of the grade 3 that draws you a card, basically the Bali of Messiah, go to the damage zone. So the question is, does he have? He doesn't have an end, as you see, because he just discarded a normal Stride Fodder here, which is a shame because that's 1 extra draw you're missing out here. But to be fair, if one deck can draw cards, it's Messiah. It can draw a lot of cards at the end of the turn. So, and this is what I thought. I assumed he had his Arresters in his hand here. And now we're going to see the full force, because he's going to attack with both Arresters. Both of them are going to lock themselves. And then he can attack with Amnesty Messiah to essentially unlock those cards, give 1 unit a bunch of power, but also achieve 2 extra attacks on top of everything. So he can swing with 5 attacks.
Definitely. It being able to lock itself and also get extra power is really, really nice.
Yeah, honestly, Arrested Messiah is definitely the MVP in this deck for Messiah at this point. It's probably the best grade 2 that you can have, because it honestly does everything that you want to have for the deck.
It's one of the cool things that I like about it is the fact that it's a little bit different from its old premium counterpart of it being able to lock itself and lock a card for your opponent. So they just overall went for the largest scaling for power that you can get.
Yeah, and also the differences between this and the original one is that this doesn't mind when it's on the field, and the original one has an on-place effect. So once you place it, that's it, and it's basically done for the rest of the game. Whereas this, if it stays on the board, it's a combo piece you can do again. So that means for Darcy, if he cannot win next turn, he either has to make the choice of, do I go for face and hopefully kill, or gonna remove those combo pieces and go for next turn, essentially.
So the Awakening Messiah Did soul charge a heal trigger before, but it looks like didn't matter. He's just gonna heal another one. Didn't matter.
Pretty
It's
good.
just
That's pretty
good.
good. That puts him at 3 damage. So now even if Darcy hits a crit on the Vanguard attack, Philip will still survive if he no guards the first Vanguard swing. If Darcy can restand.
It looks like he also hits a crit himself. Going to be pushing Darcy here to 4 damage.
No defensive. That's pretty good because these columns are pretty big.
So this is going to be 20, 35, 40 by itself, and this is going to be 45 as well. This is tough. 40 and 45, those are not small columns whatsoever. It looks like you'll be eating a whole lot here.
Yeah, because his Vanguard is just 13k, so that means it's at least 30k and 35k shield for both decks. Now, granted, he can just take the biggest number and guard the lower number. Okay, so we have one of the Blitz orders here, so that's good. It puts Darcy at a higher count, which makes it more likely that he's going to restand next turn.
Does allow him to draw a card as well, and that is 15, puts him on 43. That's enough, and he can eat this last attack here. It's going to be the Anathema Slap Twinkle, which allows you to get plus 15k, and if you do happen to have 4 or more curses in your soul, on resolution, you get to draw a card, which is a really cool interaction with this archetype. You can just activate it. You're on 3 in soul, it goes to soul, you get to draw a card, which is good.
So now we're going to see the draw power of Messiah here because he can draw 3 extra cards. So we have triple drive and then 3 cards on top of that. So that's pretty good. That puts Philip at, I believe, 7 cards in his hand, 3 damage. So he's in a good position, but it's not out of the woodworks yet because with a resetting Vanguard, 1 trigger or maybe a good booster behind it, that could basically burn through those cards very fast. But then again, I don't know how much cards Darcy left have in his hand here because if Messiah gets to his next turn, him being at 5 damage, that could spell disaster.
Definitely true. But we do get a Gratias activation here, getting him force marker power, and because he activated an order, it also gives him extra plus 5k. Really interesting and cool interaction here going into this turn. He might not have the best lineup in terms of power. Yes, there we go. The Gratias here being able to give you a Persona Ride activation for the turn. So even if you don't see any other grade 3 rides, it does give you a way since it does it can toolbox itself in this Lutetia deck, which is a really cool and interesting way of being able to play this list. It gives it extra bit of life here.
Oh, that's interesting. He cost a grade 1 in the side column, which he could have used behind the Vanguard as well. Oh wait, no, I misinterpreted. This card just gives any unit. I thought it was in the same column, so he can now empower the Vanguard and have 2 decent columns thanks to the Persona Ride because that grade 1 is still an 18k, and if he hits a trigger, potentially a bit higher.
Oh, that's so awesome, actually. So this is going to be hitting for 33 right now since he gets plus 5, gets a draw card. So it's going to be 33.
I think it's actually bigger. I think it's 43.
Oh, it is indeed. You're right. With the Persona Ride? Yeah, that's true.
So we have Blitz Order. Okay, so we have 2 blanks, that's good for Philip. He already did use 1 PG. Kind of interesting that he used. What are your thoughts on using a PG on a resetting Vanguard on the first attack? I'm more of a use it on the second attack kind of guy. But what are your thoughts on that?
I think it really depends on what your hand is looking like, to be honest. So if your hand feels better on eating damage after they restand, if it's a crit on it, I think that's okay. But if you think, well, I can't really risk this, then eating the first one and just saying, well, hey, if they hit like a double crit, it is what it is.
Well, there's 1 crit.
Yeah.
And I think he no-guarded this attack.
Yeah, but it's only 1 draft check, so he doesn't really have to worry about it.
True. He loses 1 draft. Okay, so he goes to 5 here, which is fine. He has probably enough cards in hand to deal with the other columns. And he gets a defensive crits, which is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets another heal. Oh, it doesn't go off, but it's a 33k base Vanguard. Oh no,
he's going to give sacrifice power.
Oh, smart.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So you can only hit that other sacrifice now.
Yeah, and because that's the sacrifice behind the Awakening, that doesn't matter because the card in front of the Awakening is going to probably be sizable enough.
Is he going to still guard it?
Apparently, it looks like he is.
see this 28 here, whether or not it's going to go face. I would still go face here, challenge trend. Force him to guard. Or does he want to go rear here?
I think he went rear.
I guess it didn't really matter to Philip. He just wants to keep his board up as much as he possibly can here.
And now we see what I was alluding to earlier with the Awakening still being the Arrester's Messiah still on the field. Philip doesn't have to commit more to the board. He has everything he needs. He can just start swinging and just do the same turn he had last turn, only now a bit more powerful thanks to the crest.
Yeah, especially now his front row currently has plus 10k to the whole board. He's also going to be able to lock something from himself, which is then going to be the Awakening. So going back into Amnesty's Messiah, it's going to be a right deck exclusive. So you can turn a card from your G Zone face up, choose any number of players' lock cards and unlock them, and choose one of your rear guards to get 5k until end of turn for each card unlocked by this ability. So right now it's going to be plus 15, so you can choose to 1 unit and plus your front row. That's also gets power for all of the crest power that you could have gained during this game. So just by playing the game, you get powers equal only seen in V Premium.
So right now you're calculating the numbers because Darcy needs to very carefully guard this turn because these numbers are pretty big. So just carelessly relying on a defensive heal probably wouldn't be enough here. So you cannot just take the first attack and hope it will be enough. You probably have to guard this first attack, which is relatively easy to guard as it's 25k. So one trigger can stop this. And then probably have to take, maybe if you have a PG, guard the Vanguard and then take a gamble on one of the other arresters. But it depends on what he has for shield. And it looks like he's going to take it. And no, it looks like that's a front trigger. So that's the end of the game, it looks like.
That's the bricks. Okay. I mean, well done, Philip. Well done, Darcy. I mean, I agree with Darcy here taking this damage because, yeah, he did have PGs. He did have a little bit of Guardian here. It does look like he had a couple more copies of the grade 1 that gives power, but it's only 5k shield into a face of 25, 25, 30, I think 33, 38, and it just kept on climbing. So it'd been very hard for him to keep up with all these multi-attacks, 5 attacks of over 20 to 30k shield. I agree with taking the heal on the first attack and then hopefully being able to use your order to guard a little bit better.
Yeah, I think one of the main points that happened here, what I feel like dictated the game a bit for Darcy, is that even he went first, which is good for Leticia going into his stride deck set because her skill doesn't require your opponent to be grade 3. But we saw him, I believe, just missing 1 order. He was at 3 orders in Soul, so he couldn't restand his Vanguard when Philip was still at grade 2. And if he could do that, that could have potentially changed the game because Philip was pushed to 5 damage and even to 4 earlier on. So that could have changed the dynamic quite drastically here. So yeah, that's sadly how these things go. Like, Leticia is a very powerful deck, but it does require you to see specific multiple pieces in order to do your combos as efficient as possible. And sometimes it just doesn't work out, and that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, and talking about cookies and talking about crumbling, we will be seeing you guys for round number 2. We see you guys right back after this. Good luck to both you and Darcy, to Philip and Darcy here. Hopefully you guys had a good game, and see y'all in the next one.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern?
Weiss Schwarz. Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Real Life Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad. Hey yo, let's dance with beautiful DJ. Check it out, insane all day. Everybody, 人類みな友達。そうだ。いててもつながってる。ぐるぐるコミュニケーション。踏み込み here we go。集合。おいでこのフロアに今すぐに。ここで踊ろう。Hey yo, let's dance with beautiful DJ. Check it out, insane all day. Everybody, 人類みな友達。ビグでないようこそ。回り巡り綱。7億あるのはミスは。ピキピキピキ。You make the sound no one have ever heard. 弱気なダンサーの僕でかざした未来が過ちでも100年しま悲しみの色を雪が理性の扉開いてレイディー泣いておシャワー浴びながら未踏の景色見させてほしい時を超え空とな
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're going to dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow,
Yeah, this smell really
Yeah.
wakes you up. Yeah.
fragrant. Yeah.
Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right. So I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
Yeah. What games
Yeah.
do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing, I think, somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
So which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, Forgotten
Wow.
Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that.
Yeah.
Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you would be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, oh, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Wanda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise. Yeah.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Now, that sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like, you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, this kind.
Yeah, that's good, because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. So really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events, they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con, held in USA, for a B2B conference kind of thing. Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. Yeah, I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people, and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired. But all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, like about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro. Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Soren. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So, like, say for example, I mean, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So, I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean, you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. It's your boy JJ again, here with the titular time-twisting time leaper himself, Mr. Time Leap. How you doing?
I'm good. We got a very explosive and exciting match last round, and we're going to jump straight into another very exciting, explosive match this round with another very interesting deck that we touched upon earlier today. That could be an interesting contender for the format if players are not careful enough and not expecting. But it's facing up against what people would say the boogeyman of this format right now.
Yeah, I like in the deck breakdown in a second, I'm not going to be talking about this deck because I might have a condition that makes me a little bit allergic to it. So, like lyrical in general, it's a bit of a spoiler. Lyrical in general, get a bit breakout, goes cold sweats. It's too strong for me. The power lift things, I can't take it. So we'll let Eric take this over for me. But how have you felt a little bit seeing like some of the games? Because I think you've been walking around some of the tables. I think you've been seeing some of the matches yourself.
Yeah, I've been looking around of what the decks are playing and what people are piloting, and as we explained and talked about earlier, people are taking literally everything today. Like you might say, oh, we have to like the tier 2, the tier 3 contenders that could come up like Hexorb and Youth and maybe something. No. People are taking quite literally anything. I've seen Viamon's Bruce. I've seen Eugene. I've seen Jeva. I've seen Prison. Like anything you can think under the sun, it's being played today. So hopefully we can show off some of the exciting matches later today. Hopefully some of those players will come through in the later round so we can highlight those. But yeah, this is an interesting tournament and expect a lot of exciting stuff here.
Yeah, especially with 148 entrants, everybody's going to be picking their pet decks because even if you're going to be playing for prestige of getting certificate, booster boxes, prize cards that are going to be worth a lot, eventually, I do find it really cool that you could play a game like Cardfight Vanguard and still find a deck that it speaks to your soul and you can just keep on being devoted to it until the end of days, and you'll still love this deck. Just being able to play something like I have always been a fan of Hexorb myself from since set 1. When I've been saying, please to the heavens, please give her support, please make her good. And they finally made her good. They made her a playable archetype, punishing opponents for guard patterns and stuff like that. So I'm really been happy to see one of my favorite pet archetypes be able to flourish and do so well. It's like watching a kid grow up and you help raise them, sort of thing. It's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I can honestly not agree more with that statement. But I think the players are almost ready, so let's jump straight into the decks themselves, and then we can immediately jump into the match and see you guys showcase what it is. So when the deck shows up, I think we're going to first look at the Welstra list. So I've got to take it to you, JJ, so you can take it away once the deck code loads. But you can probably already explain people why this deck could be so ferocious.
Yeah, so if anybody is a fan of capitalism, it is capitalism the deck. So it focuses around like producing product. It's a larger supply and demand sort of archetype. It focuses around Welstra, the grade 3 that activates your products, being able to get extra effects and added abilities from them. It also focuses around a grade 2 card called Fahrenheit. Freiheit is one of the new release cards that came out in, I think, Dragon Masquerade, right? No, it was older than that, actually. It was a set 9. It came out like set 9. It allows you to set your orders. It's a set order archetype, and Brand Gate focuses around orders a whole lot. Even though it can be lower on shield value in comparison to other archetype, it makes it up for its very in-depth aggression. And since it also has access to the grade 1 order mobile cannon Eingarten. So German for people it's literally Iron Garden. So there's a really cool translation there. German inspired archetype is really to see really cool, diverse archetype in comparison to others. Very low on rear guards, but very high on aggression.
Yeah, and one thing I find interesting about this list is the inclusion of the Evergreen Transfer here. As it's, I believe, a card that isn't utilized too much by the player base as of late.
I agree with you, since it does have the ability of slow blasting one, reducing your opponent's like over 25 and 35k power rear guards and reducing their crit potential. Since I really like that this person took the nod to say like, okay, I'm gonna have turns, I'm just not gonna be able to guard anything my opponent does. This quick shield, it is a regales piece, keep that in mind. So they can't use gratis regale, the other one that gives you a persona red on a turn. So they opted to run this one instead to give them more a defensive option. Really nice. I like this addition.
Yeah, I can definitely see this being come up potentially if the overtrigger hits as well. And even if the overtrigger doesn't hit, it's still pretty massive shield value in one card in its own right.
Definitely. So let's head over onto the other list. The big bad herself.
It is not other than Prismatica Willista. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but basically the new Willista list. I'm not going to go in too much detail here because it's likely we're going to come up more often in today's stream or maybe even tomorrow. But to give a quick rundown on what this deck tries to do, it works with the new Willista and the new gem. That basically means you have 2 gems in 1 card, and you're going to use that card over and over again to utilize all your effects at the same time without needing to utilize more combo pieces. And then we of course have our grade 3, which is an attack extender, and the order is an attack extender, so there's a potential where this deck could just call board, use the gems to get power and get more combo pieces, and then go swinging, resend your 2 front row rear guards, and just go off and just do more pressure. And one of the powerful cards here is of course the cycle grade 3, which allows you to draw more cards in the early game, which is going to interact with Willista. And the grade 1, that is the blue girl. Her name is Tranquil Affection Elviria, which essentially is an insane draw engine, as it's not a hard once per turn. And we're probably going to see that in this match. So I think that's basically the more important parts about this list. And we're probably going to see the rest in action once we jump into the match itself, if the players are ready and we can just immediately jump on.
Looks like you're right. Looks like the players are ready to go. It's time to get our fight on. We're going to see who's going to be going first. And I can't wait to get this game on the way. I have never really seen much Brand Gate versus Lyrical decks before, so this is going to be completely new to me. Did you?
No, and maybe generic stuff, but not Welstra. So I'm not too familiar how this matchup will go. Honestly, like Welstra, I'm familiar with against like the Stride deck set as a counter deck, but not against Willista. So I don't know who's going first, if that's advantage over both of them, because I believe none of them care too much about the opponent being grade 3. So this could be interesting, but also very explosive.
Definitely, because I think it's one of those type of archetypes, because we've been starting to get a lot of the grade 3 boss units that tend to be very ship passing each other sort of knight sort of thing. It gives you a feeling of like, well, I'm just going to do my thing. Whether or not you're going to be an active participant can sometimes be up for debate, but I really like the fact that there's going to be some people who are going to still try to find an angle of being able to deal with those archetypes. So we do have here Willista going second and going to be drawing a whole lot of cards here off of the Cycler, off of the Sapphire Gem, off of the new cards. It's just off all cylinders here right now.
And also quite aggressive start here, but the defensive draw does come in clutch for Chris here, as not only does it stop some potential aggression here, but the draws are going to be nice because the Welstra deck does require you to see specific pieces. You need to have enough of your order cards to set up your order zone, but you also need to have like your Freiheits to multi-tech. But on top of that, you also need to generate enough soul so you can keep popping off turn after turn after turn.
Yeah. So right now, Welstra using the skill and ability of the grade 1 from the right line here to search for the mobile cannon Iron Gotten.
Which essentially is a mini Freiheits maximum, essentially, in this case.
Exactly. If it's you chose to discard from hand, you can choose to put it into your order zone or to put it into soul, which is a really good way since a lot of brand gate decks, and Welstra also included, tends to go to its soul really aggressively, and being able to build up your soul again can be a bit of a bother if you're not seeing any bubble mines or any other soul charging capabilities.
Yeah, and at the same time, this also allows Chris to now have options here, because he can either opt to go for an extra plus with Lubitzel to activate that as a product, or he can decide, no, I want to have the consistent pressure and call down the Eingarten either as an attacker or as a booster to the field. And we see here he decides to go to call the Eingarten to have more attackers. And with Ryan dedicated rear guards, even if he hits a defensive here and it's not a front, he can still just whack into the Yuika to get more value.
I think probably challenging the Yuika here is not that bad, but I guess he really wants to get some aggression going. So here we get Lady Defensive Quantum Aggression, Regression. If your AutoZone has 2 or more cards in it, it gets plus 5k. It can be a little bit awkward if your Fry Shoots or your Eingarten is on a rear guard circle, but still, it's a really pretty decent 13k attacker when it needs to be.
So we see Chris being able to put Ryan to 2 damage, which is fine, but it's you much rather want to put your opponent as fast to like 3 or 4 damage, because Welstra can multi-attack, but its main value is by minusing your opponent's power to like 0 or -3 or -8. And because you don't come with natural crits, every single damage is just 1. So if you push them to 4 damage, those numbers actually will matter. But if Welstra is at 2 damage when you go into your Great Free Turn, you might not want to put too much value onto the board and overextend here, because they can easily just no guard, and then only waste shield on like 1 or 2 attacks of the 5. So we're going to see the next turn is going to be interesting for Chris, what he's going to decide here. But we see Wellista popping off a little bit here with using the potential gem here and going into the Grade 2 and calling down a board, which is sizable numbers here.
Yeah, that's right. Using the proof of hard work. Willista, using the Grade 1 to put a card from hand into soul, then getting the gem out the deck, activating them, getting to draw an extra card as well. Then also committing Romana to the board, being able to get an extra threshold of power since you already used a Ruby or Sapphire. It gives you a lot of extra aggression going into the turn.
So being at 3 for Chris is honestly a pretty good spot for Welstra, because you can use those free CBs to honestly pop off here. If he has the right cards and he wants to go full combo, he can potentially get like free product activations here to remove the field, get those maximums for multi-tag, and potentially save his units for next turn if he can generate the soul for his Freiheits, if he's going to find his Freiheits. Because I don't remember seeing one in the drive checks or anything here.
No, I don't either. So it looked like he's just gonna put. So he had the option of actually putting that Eingarten into soul off of the Grade 2 right, since it does end up offering your product card that's in your order zone. You can send it to drop zone to swap for one of a higher grade. But it looks like he chose to, like, he's explaining the card skill to the opponent, I think.
I think that's a worrying sign, because if he decides to keep the Eingarten into his order zone, that tells me that he might not have access to his maximums. Because I haven't seen any. I've also not seen any other card that allows you to search for it as well.
Yeah. So now he's getting, Ryan probably asked him like how the card worked or the skill and interaction. So he's getting clarification on it now. Now he can put it into order zone. Here we go. We got Freiheit.
Yeah, now we're going to see the main combo option here, because he's going to search the maximum here, put it in the order zone, and he's able to activate it as well during the battle phase to achieve that multi-tech potential.
Exactly. Being able to probably bounce his Freiheit here. He can later then search for Persona right that he can get back into his hand next turn, because to operate this card in the order zone, you can choose one of your opponent's rear guards, doesn't matter where it is. You can retire that card and then choose one of your opponent's Vanguard, -5 at end of turn, or You can then also counterblast one to return a rear guard from your hand, and then it gets to call itself out as a 23k rear guard normal unit, and it also gets a crit on it. So that is really nice.
I'm going to assume he's going to use the Navright, but not use the skill to recall, because now he can product again. So he's able to pop 2 rear guards, minus 10k to ballista, so he's now at 0 power, without needing to call the maximum in the first deck. Because if he did that, he couldn't activate it again right now.
Yeah, that's right. And now the power reduction of his Vanguard reduces it by 5, which is really nice.
Well, he's a Persona, right? And another maximum there. Now, I wonder if he has a card option to put it from his hand into... if he has... Oh yeah, if he had Bounce of Fright, so if he has the Counterblast next turn, he could immediately play that as well.
Correct. That's right.
So it is 23 against zeros. So I don't know if that front was enough to guard that attack. If I'm going to be honest. Oh,
it was 25. He guarded for 25 in total. It was the front trigger with the effect.
Oh, yeah, okay, the effect. Okay.
And since Crystalia didn't drive into a trigger, it guarded for just enough. Now he's going to into Festi Magica.
So already we know that he has the order in play, so he could immediately activate the Willista full effect, so he can now rebuild the board, essentially for free here. So even though Chris might have removed his field, Ryan has accessibility to just repopulate the board if the top cards of his deck are the cards he's looking for, of course, because he did lose a Yuika, and we've seen a couple of combo pieces hit the damage zone as well. So I'm curious what this top 5 opens up for Ryan here.
I'm also keen on seeing what he gets here too myself.
I believe
you can get 2 cards off of it, right?
Yeah, he gets 2. So he has the multi-attacker, the grade 3, but he also calls on the grade 2 cycle card, which I believe is just a vanilla at this point.
Oh, definitely. But he's just going to probably call it under the Vanguard so he can send back a card.
Yeah, that's probably fair enough. Just in the back. Just have another body on the board, essentially. But this doesn't mean that Ryan has now potentially full combo, because he has the option to resend something with Ballista, and he has the Ophelia on board to restand basically another unit, so he can just pop off. And he can just call anything, and it's probably going to be enough.
Definitely, because this is going to be attacking for 13 twice. Another rear guard he probably is going to be able to commit. That's going to also be able to send another rear guard too as well. It's...
Yeah, because I believe the Vanguard now is 28, and Ophelia is also 28.
But that's true.
So that means he's going to have at least 2 rearguard swings for 28, a Vanguard swing for 28, and then he's going to call something else that's also going to swing for twice. And I assume he has something, because otherwise you would call the Volship blend just to the other front row rearguard column here.
Looks like Ryan is kind of contemplating what he wants to do with that other column. It's like he's just going to go to battle.
Oh,
it just looks like it's going to be 3 attacks here.
Okay, so apparently that probably tells me that this hand is filled with just shield and not really good combo piece, or maybe only has like grade 1s that are just not good enough.
I guess so, but even then you'd want to commit maybe a booster here and there, no?
Or what I think is happening right now is that he doesn't want to overcommit right now because he knows he's not going to kill Christopher, and he doesn't want to put his main combo pieces on the board that's going to be retired anyways and save everything for the final turn.
So perfect guard here was drive checked here from Ryan. One thing to note, we did see from the Welstra player 3 Boba Mines go to the drop zone, especially in an archetype that needs them.
Yeah, because with 1 CB open, that means he can only activate maximum once. And he doesn't run that many mid-battle counter-charge option. The only thing he has is Boba Mine, if I look at his list. So that does mean that Ryan can basically control the output that Chris is going to build on the board right now.
So Chris probably only has maybe like 2 turns, possibly, that he can get a full-powered turn off while playing. So looks like a Fry Hide here going to the damage, but that's fine since He already has one in his hand already. He doesn't need a second.
Yeah, with the amount of CB his X's, he probably doesn't need a second Freiheits. Because with Freiheits, he can always activate the product twice, regardless.
Yeah.
Like Persona Ride coming in, so that's nice. Which he drove check last turn, if I remember correctly, so that's good. So I think he's hovering over Freiheits right now. Yeah. I think he's contemplating if he wants to use the counterblast to put in the maximum, but at the same time, even if he does that, he doesn't have the counterblast to activate it. So what's the point at this stage of the game then to do that?
I think he's just probably just have it as an attacker, to be honest. And then he'll just use a Soul Blast to operate.
What he potentially could do is operate the Freiheits and then also operate the Doggo to put it as a booster behind the other column.
Yep. That could be it. That could be it. So it's going to reduce power on the opponent's Vanguard now. It's going to be 20 to the opponent's 8k.
Yeah, even though these numbers might not look too threatening with what we're used to, keep in mind the Vanguard power is lowered. So honestly, every attack is at least at this stage plus 5k, and then once the Vanguard attacks, it's going to be plus 10k essentially on top of the Persona Ride.
Mm-hmm. So this is going to be 15k shield at least to stop this attack coming in. But his hand is probably awkward enough that he only maybe just has like 20k shields, I think.
Yeah. I assume that's the case because either he has a hand full of shield and no combo pieces, or it's what I think that his hand is combo pieces, but he doesn't want to use them as early as he is right now, meaning guarding is going to be awkward.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what Ryan decides to do here. Just thinking about it. Yeah, it's going to guard here. It's a bit of an overguard by 5k, but needs to. Very needed.
I assume he's then going to no-guard the Vanguard here then?
Mm-hmm.
Because he is at 3, so the chance of dying here is relatively low.
Because we did see like a couple triggers be discarded for Ride and for other added effects.
PG coming in here that he just drove choke. With another one of the great ones for the draw. So I assume Ryan is not going to draw that many next turn. And again, double Persona Red drive check is not what you want to see.
The Brand Gate struggle. This is all Brand Gate players. This is always going to happen to him.
I mean, to be fair, that's the second Willista going to damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So does Ryan have the last copy of Willista in his hand? And apparently he does. Okay, so he's probably going to try to finish this game right now here.
I think he has no other choice, to be honest.
Okay, so this is a nice interaction. He can ride Willista and discard the cycle card. And because it's still discard in the right phase, he can use that effect to draw an additional card, essentially. Which is great to just plus fixing your hand and plussing more on the board.
Mm-hmm. So we have Crossing Illumirays here. So for people who might not know what it does, this came out in the Festival Collection. To play this, if you have a Vanguard with Lister's card name, put this card into your soul, draw a card, and choose one of your Vanguards for the turn. It gets +5. And then if your opponent's Vanguard is at grade 3 or more, greater, when this unit attacks, you can Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, grade 3 card with Ballista, then choose one of your opponents and stand it. And you can't play orders after using this card per turn.
Yeah, that sound is a bit weird if you're not familiar with Lyrical, but essentially it comes down to Lyrical has cards that allows you to play more orders in a single turn. So this basically prohibits you to combine those cards, because otherwise, if you could do this effect multiple times, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, then you can get like 3 to 4 extra attacks off and stuff. It's just not, it's not where it's at.
So we see double Yuika on the field, which is kind of terrifying here. But the question is, can he find the grade 3 that he had last turn on the board as well to go full combo here on the Persona Red turn?
Yeah, Ophelia here would be a very good angle for him to get, because he can possibly send back a trigger after. And since he's using Illumirays, it allows him to be able to get extra chances of seeing possibly Overtrigger or anything, because both Overtriggers have not been seen from either player yet.
Also, keep in mind, the Velge Blunt, I think he used it this turn, because he Persona Ride. I see one extra counterblast face down, so that means the front row doesn't have plus 10k, but actually plus 15k now.
Oh boy, of course. Then in combination with Yuika here being able to
He has it. It looks like he has it. Oh, he has double?
double Ophelia, plus I think that's a heal trigger or a draw trigger.
I'm kind of interesting how he's gonna utilize both of them. Oh, he called another. Oh, he called a third. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be kind of interesting because now he can boost and reset the booster potentially as well.
Yeah, so he called down a heal trigger, so potentially if he ends up surviving this turn, he's up on damage. Well, both of them are at 5 actually. So if he happens to heal, also happens to see Illumirays, he can also get some extra stuff off as well. So this is going to be just enough to guard.
So his counter plus 1 used his skill to basically reset something.
Yes.
And then at the end of the battle, he can counter plus 2 with the Ophelia skills to reset 2 other cards. So he can reset that other column as well. Hitting a front! Hitting a... Oh,
Crit,
no.
and
Yeah,
that might be it. It's 2 damage here.
Nope.
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. What I was thinking that he probably had all these pieces in his hand last turn, and he just like, no, he's at 3 damage. I probably cannot kill it through everything, and I don't want to lose this board, so I'm just gonna sit back, chill for a turn, do a little bit of pressure, and then just kill on a Persona right turn like this. It's, whew, that's terrifying.
You can bring it back to us. Let's take a look, man. This is such a cool day. I feel like having really thoughtful and methodical players be part of our feature matches give us like really cool angles of seeing like how are these matchups supposed to be played out. Like obviously, the Welsh player, bit unfortunate. He had like 3 grade 3s in his hand, couldn't really utilize a lot of the offensive pressure he was able to establish earlier. But he was able to at least hold on as long as he could. Unfortunately, the Brant Gate occupation hit him. Being a Brant Gate player, you tend to see a lot more grade 3s in comparison to other people. It's just how it is. But it looks like he did his best. So with that, go ahead.
It basically has an extension to what you were saying, like the play pattern of these players. Like essentially, what most people would have playing the deck and seeing Ballista for the first time, you're thinking, "Oh, it's my grade 3 turn. I have full combo. Just throw down, swing 5, and just go for game." But probably if he did that, he could have lost the game honestly, because he would then lose everything, and then he probably has a second turn. But then what are you gonna do? You're gonna swing 3 times, and that's it.
Great. Because the opponent could have hit like a defensive heal, defensive OT, defensive draws, being able to just like guard really efficiently, very cleanly. But he saw the writing on the wall when his opponent drove double copies of Persona, right? So that was more like, oh well.
GG, I guess.
Exactly. But with that being said, I want to thank all of you for tuning in and stopping on by. That was round number 2. I'll be taking a bit of backseat. Eric will be joining you back again, and you'll also be seeing Fuzzy Paradox coming on, and both of them will be giving you some round 3 and 4 action. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushimat, or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not going to get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Good genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of I got the catch a lot, but yeah, I don't.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world is quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so that's still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and it's be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I will take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use this deck to beat him, alright? I'm going to lose, probably, because, Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight, but like, I really like Ren, so that's probably...
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date? Or like, do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really a question.
Wait, but it's not
I don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is, engaged and happy. It definitely helps for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people, I guess. Maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player, there's like separate excitement. So sometimes, when like new card effects get shown, or like, in fact, before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Get me?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah. Is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool, at the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Real Life Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad. Hey yo, let's dance with me for DJ. Check it out, it's ain't no day. Everybody, 人類みんな友達。そうだ。いててもつながってる。ぐるぐるコミュニケーション。踏み踏み here we go。集合。おいでこのフロアに今すぐに。ここで踊ろう。Hey yo, let's dance with me for DJ. Check it out, it's ain't no day. Everybody, 人類みんな友達。ビグでないようこそ。周り巡り綱。70億あるのはミスは。響き的的。You make the sound no one has ever heard. 弱気なダンサーの語でかざした未来が過ちでも100年しま悲しみの色の雪が理性の扉開いてレイディー待ってをシャワー浴びながら未踏の景色見させてほしい時を超え空とな
Welcome back, everybody, to yet another round of exciting BRO. With me, of course, is a new face here on the European, or I should say this side, on the European side. Introduce yourself. Who is this handsome young man that we have here?
Oh, wow. Hello, I'm Fuzzy, also known as Fuzzy Paradox. And I gotta say, Eric, it's crazy. Europe looks just like my room.
You know, if this is America, for some people, I would say I want to join the other side of the pond as well. But, but jokes aside, we're here for yet another round of exciting fights as we had in the previous round when I was companioned with JJ. But this time we have a very interesting matchup. It's so hard for me, honestly, because I have to present one of the decks, but I honestly want to present both of them. And to make a choice here, I will let you go over the Dragon Empire version of what we're gonna see here, because this is gonna be an interesting matchup, Fuzzy.
Yeah, sure.
What do you say? About this?
I'm an avid fan of Dragon Empire, so I'm down to talk about it. Let's do it. While they have the decks loaded up and getting ready to go, this is actually going to be really exciting for everybody. So the first one that we're going to be showcasing for y'all is none other. Now, when we say Dragon Empire, you're thinking Gondiva, right? But no, for today we have. Oh, no, hold on. We're gonna have to hold on to that. If you want to explain this one first, yeah. Eric.
Well, okay, so now while we're at here, this is basically one of the reasons why I'm very excited, because you see, of course, Chronojet is my tried and true Gear Chronicle mainstay. I probably don't have to go over too much of what this deck does and how it works, because we're all familiar with the deck set strategy for Chronojet. It's Time Leap, you multi-tag during the battle phase with Time Leap shenanigans. It's all that crazy love. The only thing I want to highlight here, which is unique to this list, is the inclusion of the 2 copies of Eden and the 4 copies of Zargon. These 6 cards, in my opinion, are like attack slot options where you can interchange multiple pieces of cards. And it's kind of interesting that he chose for these particular cards. And I can understand why, as Eden gives you that early pressure with Retire. If you cannot strike, you can at least pressure using them with discard and use your counterblast in that way. And with the current format, hitting those annoying pieces on the board could be useful. And Zargon is an addition to that on-hit strategy. So your opponent either has to guard every single attack, or they have to choose, do I want to give them the soul, or do I want to lose a rearguard potentially if they're going to use the counterblast skill. So this is interesting take, and I'm curious if this will come up in this particular matchup against the opponent, which hopefully we're going to see here, which is the Dragon Empire list that, as Fuzzy alluded to, it's not Gandiva.
That's correct. And it's none other than Nirvana Jiva. We got some cross overdress happening, and actually some original overdress action going on over here. So just to break down a couple of cool things to highlight over here. So we do see the additions of the Braum Varinas. We do see additions of the even Clad in Prayer, I believe, which was the order card. Oh, no. Sorry, my apologies. It's actually the Regalis piece. It's a different Nirvana build than what I originally see. But the premise itself is still the same, right? We're doing a lot of crossover dress potential to be able to use our things such as our Mirrors Varina, to be able to use our multi-attacks like our Braum Varina to be able to wipe the board, and then Bauer Varina as well to be able to instigate drive checks. So it'll be interesting to see how we have one main character clan going against another main character deck. Overall, I'm very excited to see how they're going to interact with one another, especially the fact that you could also think about like Trickstar having that like resist effect. So not being able to be bottom decked by Chrono Jet's ability is one thing to add on to this as well. So we have a very interesting interaction.
That's a good thing to point out, is it allows the Nirvana player here to play in a different strategy against the Chrono Jet player. And I'm curious on what we're going to see here with Lim piloting this deck. So if the players are ready, I think it's good opportunity to just jump in the games here and see for action what these main protagonist clans are going to do.
All right, we got a little bit of Chrono Jet versus Jiva. We got a little bit of Chrono versus Yu. I'm excited to see where this is going to go.
And we also see this... I don't know if this is good for the Chrono Jet player going first here, because everybody knows you want to stride immediately. And this means Drake either has to go to grade 3 and do nothing, or maybe stay at grade 2, but there's honestly no reason to just not immediately ride up to grade 3 here. But it also means that Lin doesn't have the opportunity to grade stall a turn. So I'm curious of how this will impact the later stages of the game here.
Right. So the good thing to note here is that Jiva primarily does have to be on Jiva to be able to do a lot of its cool interactions. So in that sense, it's expected that he's not going to be grade stalling, right? Or at least it's going to be theorized that he's not going to be grade stalling, because it's going to be, I'm going to go into Jiva, I'm going to do all my crossover dress skills, I'm going to try and get to a certain damage threshold if I can, and then crack back with my strides.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially with the fact that he's not running like the arcs option, so he doesn't have that early pressure that he could potentially just rely on arcs here. We do see the earlier guard with the heal coming in clutch, because that critical trigger could have been very problematic for Drake early on, but he's now...
there's the Sargon.
Okay, here's that comes one of the cards we talked about. And it looks like he's no guarding. He's no guarding.
Oh, checks an Eden as well. We'll see how relevant that's actually going to be now that, of course, it's going to be it's an early game card for sure, at least in my eyes. But also, when you have to think about it, it is a way for the deck to retire key crossover dress units that's going to be going over on Lim's side.
Yeah, because with Eden and potentially Stride skill, he could remove the entire front row of Lim if he overextends here. So now he has to make a choice of how much units we want to put on board. Do I want to have a double crossover dress turn every single turn? Can I sustain that? Do I have to take it back a bit? And this is basically what we saw in the previous turn with the Ballista player, taking it back a bit with the control option of the opponent. So maybe we're going to see this here as well with Lim.
All right, so it looks like, oh, interesting. Okay, so we're just going for a standard aggro play over here. No crossover dress needed. But then again, if I'm just trying to push numbers, I don't think I need to overextend that much. So we're not going to try and cross over dress into any grade 2 unit that we might possibly want to go into.
Yeah, it makes sense, because we also saw the Eden being drive checked, but she's now being discarded because so Lim might have thought, well, if I overextend now, he can just swing with Eden, and I have to guard that because otherwise I'm going to lose my rear guard here. So searching in for the Bali, just standard play for Chrono Jet to set up for next turn. But now I'm curious if Drake is going to put more bodies on the board. As soon as he already discarded Eden, and we know he's only playing 2, that means he most likely won't have that many rearguards he can dedicate on the board here that can be useful here. And it looks like he's just going to swing and pass here.
I mean, no, it also makes sense, right? Because you also have to think, do I want to face something like a Bar Varina coming out on my opponent's side, or possibly a Braum Varina that will guarantee a retire because of it being such a large number to guard against? Just trying to maybe conserve some key combo attackers that you might need on your following stride turn seems like a very smart play.
Yeah, I would agree with that, as you need to be careful with your situation. Though that said, though, Drake with on 1 damage is in a relatively comfortable position here, but Lim could do some shenanigans here, because with the latest releases, Nirvana sometimes feel like a combo deck at some cases, because they can just extend skill into skill into skill to just filter their deck constantly, with especially that grade 1 he's now adding to his hand here.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the newer cards, the Illuminate Equipped Dragon. Very, very interesting card. It helps with the whole Mirror Varina strategy as a whole, in my personal opinion. But at the same time, it's just good because it's a solid way to look for key Varina cards that you might want to go into. Oh, he's showing that he's searching for a Mirror Varina off of the effect.
Also, with the board setup right now, that grade 3 bar Varina, it can restand and have drive checks on both attacks here.
Yeah, actually, that's actually very interesting. You point out a very good point here, Eric. So with Lim being at 3 damage, that's a lot of counterblasts for Jiva to work with, right? So the question is, am I going to be using all of these counterblasts to do the Braum Varina, maybe a Mirrors Varina in there? If I want to, maybe add in a couple of like Strigargos if I have them. Like there's so many options that I could see here. But it looks like we're just going to be doing the nice Bar Varina play. He will be getting a drive check since I believe the board is empty. Gets a critical trigger off of that Bar Varina drive check.
That could be huge here, because that is going to restand with that crit as well.
Using Jiva's skill, he's restanding that Bar Varina. I believe that's 23k coming in at the Vanguard because of the 10k power.
Yeah, and we know Drake has 2 grade 3s at least in his hand, so that could be dangerous with the shield potential here. Though the drive check is not anything to be desired with 2 mirrors here, so that means he has 3 mirrors in hand. Now swing again for
Bar Varina coming in again with another drive check.
Okay, so he has to guard this. This is because he's at 4 damage here. But then again, it's quite sizable.
You could risk it. He did not put the crit on the Bar Varina, if I believe so. No? Or did he? He did. Oh yeah, risky play here.
Also, don't forget the Bar Varina has plus 10k because his field is empty. So this is a big number.
Oh! Gets the heal trigger, puts it on the rear guard. I thought for a second it was the 1 to pass, but it was a 2 to pass with the 30k shield.
I mean, that's
and
sad.
Wow, first grade 3 ride on Lim's turn and pushes Drake right to 5 damage.
And he has quite a big hand there. And the crazy part here is Drake, even if in a weird scenario where he's going to go damage deny him, it's not going to work. He probably has to illuminate Varina or the Mirrors Varina. He can just countercharge potentially.
Absolutely. And if we're thinking about, a soul issue, he does have ways to actually fuel up his soul. We can clearly see that he kept the Burning Flail Dragon in his backboard, so potentially be able to use a Soul Blast for the following turn.
This is not looking good for the Chrono Jet play for Drake. Only calling an upstream and nothing else. This is not a hard turn for him to survive. And
it could also possibly be a way to he's trying to farm some sort of a large amount of cards and maybe deny Lim some form of counterblast, because he saw by giving him those 3 counterblasts, that's a lot of utility to work with when it comes to Varina. But like you said, if Lim on the crackback manages to get another Bar Varina onto the board, that's potentially another power to drive check, and I believe with a Persona Ride turn on top of it, because there was a drive check of Jiva coming out on Lim's part.
Yeah, even if he doesn't go for Bar Varina, just having the Persona Ride and having 4 attacks could be devastating for Drake. But the extra draws, as you pointed out, with GG, as he has more than enough soul thanks to the early game to Zargon, he could potentially draw into the defensive pieces he's going to need here.
Draw
is going to be useful here. And another upstream. Okay, so sadly, not enough triggers coming down from Drake here.
No, but Drake does have even with the triple drive on top of it, so he does have a fairly sizable hand. The question is how much of it is going to be able to be used for the large amounts of numbers that crossover dress can pump out.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think Drake is going to end up at like 7-8 cards maybe. Because he did the advantage of only calling like the upstream, it also means you can preserve your hand here. If you know you're gonna go into a following turn of your opponent, you need to deal with the same turn you just dealt with. So it looks like, I think that's 7 or 8.
Yeah, I counted about 8 cards myself.
But then again, looking at Lim's hand, he has quite a stack of cards in his hand.
There's that Persona Ride. All right, Lim, the question is, do you have the rest of the key crossover dress pieces that you need?
Oh, that's a good card.
Yes, that is. That's Strigalio, I believe its name is. A very, very good card. So when it's placed on rearguard from hand, if you have a Vanguard with Nirvana in its card name, you can discard a card from your hand, search your deck for up to one cross overdress ability or up to one Trickstar, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle your deck.
Yeah, so in this case, for his build, it's basically just a Trickstar Searcher, which is good enough in this scenario because that means he can now cross overdress again and either go into the Mirrors Arena or another big beater potentially. Like, I don't think he has access to Brem anymore because I think I saw 2 hit the damage zone, but he might have another Borrow if you want to go that route.
Oh, we see the Illuminal Dragon, or the Illuminate Dragon.
And then he's going to cross this into Mirrors, which makes sense here because he can use the counter charge to get more value or draw if you want to go that route. But potentially searching for another. Oh, it's okay. He's searching for. Oh, there's okay.
There's the bar. There's the bar. There's the bar.
But he's dropping it to the. He's sending it to the drop zone, which is interesting. But then again, with adding Vils, he's basically able to grab it back to hand whenever he wants, essentially. Which
very true. Very true.
Pretty good. So I think, yeah, he's just going to swing here. I assume he's going to go for the draw in this case. Oh, I almost forget that he needs to put 2 in the soul underneath it. Yeah, he's going for draw because he doesn't need a counter charge here. And he just comfortably just want to pressure a bit the opponent. That said, this turn isn't as pressuring as last turn. So Drake might get away with this turn and get into another turn. And with the crest power coming up, it might put more pressure on Lim. Even though he might have that sizable hand here, but with him not dedicating that many cards to the field, might have enough shield there to deal with another Chrono Jet turn. But
very true. We are looking at about a 31k column here. Drake does put down the PG. We'll see what happens on the drive checks. First check is nothing. Ooh, double blank here.
So
we're going to see a crack.
I think he's going to counter charge here, or just draw another card if he feels like he doesn't have enough shield. I like the fact that he saves the Mirrors Arena because depending on what Drake is going to guard with, he can decide, okay, I want to have more counter blasts to have more explosive next turn, or he's probably have enough cards in hand to go full combo, so I need more shield, so I'm going to draw another card, which gives him more information to make a better decision here.
Yeah, it could have been a line of play where it's in Lim's mind, at least, it's like, okay, I might not have all the key combo pieces to try and go in for a kill confirm, so I might as well try and possibly farm up a large amount of hand to live what might be either a next stage turn or another upstream turn, depending.
Oh, overtrigger. That's a big telling information for Lim here that he can deduce the possibility. Knowing that thing's out of the deck is huge. But I do see that Lim also has the overtrigger in his hand. I saw a glimpse of the overtrigger.
So no overtrigger on either player's field. Oh, that's potentially very game breaking because right, if you have the knowledge, or at least trying to withhold the knowledge of the overtrigger being in either player's deck still, it's psychological, right? Because you know, on one hand you're like, okay, I could try to go for Lim to put out 5 damage, but if he checks the overtrigger, then my turn is done. But Lim, on the other hand, with that overtrigger in hand, is just being like, okay, well, I'm having this as more so a defensive tool, and he doesn't know that. So, potentially very, very risky.
So Drake is going to go all out in this turn. Double upstream, use the GG, which I think drew into the second upstream. Just go next stage. I think Drake is going to go for broke this turn. And honestly, I wouldn't give... I probably would have done the same scenario here because you have that fat hand. He has 4 damage. So if he doesn't have enough PGs or high shield value, the Vanguard pressure could basically be the end of the game, especially with Chrono Jet coming in with the guard restrict. But we know that Lim has the OT in his hand, so he could just use that OT to guard the Chrono Jet and just be comfortable behind that.
Very true, but then he has to also contemplate about how big those rearguard columns are going to be, and with the risk of, you know, with at least 5 drive checks coming in, you have the potential of hitting a critical trigger. Very, very high chance.
But those 3 blanks are not what Drake wants to see here.
No, all of them also grade 1, so that's all 5k shields as well.
So he's
discarding. Right, we're discarding a Sargon and look like a
Gungunnarum, I believe. The original one from set 1 is that. Like OG support for Dark States. So he's contemplating if you want to attack with the Rearguard first or just Chrono Jet. I can see why, because if you attack with Chrono Jet, that means the opponent has open information. They know exactly what the numbers are.
Wow, defensive draw on Lim's part as well. That is huge. Having the ability just to draw an extra card and plus a permanent 10k shield on the Vanguard, that's so strong from going to 4 to 5.
That's almost, in this scenario, game defining for Lim here, because this means he can comfortably guard the next attack. We know he can easily guard the Vanguard, and even if he hits double trigger, with that increased base power and that hand size, it's almost hard to see him not surviving this turn. Oh,
now for those
attacking with the Rearguard first instead of with the Vanguard here.
Well, I think it's like you said, right? It's a matter of, does my opponent have in his mind, probably an Elementary of Sanctitude, but I don't think Drake knows that, Lim does have that overtrigger in his hand. So it could be just a matter of, trying to get a specific amount of cards out of his hand. But yeah, for those who are unaware, though, this is the original Chrono Jet Dragon. So the Guard Restrict, the Generation Break 2, when it attacks a Vanguard until the end of battle, it gets plus 5,000. And your opponent cannot call grade 1 or greater cards from your hand to Guardian Circle.
And at the same time, with the crest power, it's additional 10k to the front as well. So Chrono Jet, I believe here is going to be a base 28k.
Using it? Okay. So that's another reason. So he's attacking with the Rearguard first, attacking with the Upstream Dragon to look for an additional booster that he could boost onto the Chrono Jet Dragon, trying to make it just as large as he possibly can.
I can respect this play. Like, he didn't know that Lim had the OT, so this is like a way to say, either have enough triggers in hand, or these elements are things to use, or you're going to die out this attack, regardless.
Does get a heal trigger. That might matter in the long scheme of things. Having a little bit of a cushion here from 4 to 5.
That could help Drake here, because that gives him an option to potentially get a defensive trigger. It's another 50k shield he has in his hand, because I believe he now ends at 4 cards or 3 cards, and we know at least 3 of those. It's 2 5ks, and then the heal trigger.
Also, no Persona Ride on Lim's part over here, so those numbers will be significantly smaller, so possibly easier for Drake to guard. But we will see what type of a crossover dress play he might potentially want to go into. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's looking like he's going into the Vils Verena. Now, this is actually interesting because Vils Verena does have a little bit of a cushion. It does get an additional 5k power and 10k shield. So if Drake does manage to live this turn on Lim's part, Lim does have a little bit of shield that he can use. And because Vils Verena also has that quote-unquote resist effect, can't be tucked away by something like Chrono Jet's ability as well.
Oh, this is good. This is pretty good. He now has access to yet another crossover display. So I think Lim is going to try to get double play here and just break through those last couple of cards and the last 2 damage. Now the question is, what is he going to overdress here? Because he discarded the second Bower, and I don't think he has retrieved it from the drop zone just yet. So this is probably going to be another Mirrors? Oh, it's another Mirrors. Okay.
Yep, another Mirrors. Another Mirrors coming down. So, having that ability to either countercharge or draw more cards, trying to possibly farm extra cards in hand for Drake's crackback turn. But I'm going to be honest, if I'm in Lim's position here, I'm going to be trying to go for the kill here.
One of those activation is 100% going to be the counter charge here, because he then can use the Nirvana's ability. But the second one, I'm curious of what he's going to do there with. So there's one of the counter charge. This is, I think, just an easy 24k column. Yeah, this is 24k. So just a 15k. The heal trigger we just saw earlier. This is 21. I think Drake has to take this.
I think so too. We did see him manage to see him a few 5k shields in hand. The question is actually, does he have cards to guard with, such as the Steam Fighter, right? Oh, yep. We see it right down on there on the board. So having that ability to get an additional 10k shield, I believe.
Yeah, this is to the pass right now. It's 2 triggers.
Oh, I believe I saw a double blank here coming from Lim.
I think Drake.
Drake might be able to live this.
Wait. I think he can guard this, because this is, I think, only 10k shield. Oh, is it?
There it is with the PG.
Okay, this is terrifying, because that means if he can top deck a Stride Fodder, or he has one in his hand, and it looks like he has Bali, so he can go into another I keep blanking on the name, on a Fade Rider, so he could just get 3 or 4 attacks. And thanks to the crest, those numbers are going to be 10k, and once he's going to flip, it's going to be 15k. So we can look at like a persona right turn here. So this could be dangerous.
4 potential attacks at 5 damage. That is not a position you want to be in if you're on Lim's part. Granted, you do have a little bit of a cushion with the Vilsvarina, but you also have to take into account, like you said earlier, these attacks are much bigger. Every single time Chronojet flips up a card, that crest just gets increasingly larger and larger and just so much harder to guard. And it looks like, nope, he doesn't have enough. And that is it. Drake takes it over Lim. Chrono defeating Yu.
I think it came down to that he didn't. I don't think he had another PG in his hand. It looked like maybe one, but just one in that scenario is just not enough anymore. Like, that's the power of Chronojet and the crest as well. If you're able to stay in the game just by a hair margin, you can just squeeze out a victory because your numbers are growing and growing and growing. And sadly, Lim couldn't capitalize on his first earlier successes. He had a very good early pressure, but then sadly, as soon as he couldn't get either a double persona right or get to another bars, he sadly couldn't capitalize on the rest of the game. It's sad as to see, but hey, that's how the game sometimes flows.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, of course, he actually did a very good job, if I may say so, on his first grade 3 right, having that ability to just push your opponent right to 5 damage. It just goes to show, if you give Jiva a lot to work with, they will run that mile. They will go that mile. They'll go crazy. So I'd be excited to see, some of the thought process when it comes to just building the deck in general, because even then, you also have something like Jiva just as a deck in general, right? You have that ability to not just use cross overdress as a whole, but also use overdress. So you have ways of like mixing things together. So I'd be interested to see, the whole thought process when it comes to building the deck.
Yeah, because it's a very unique style flavor, because the version that I'm used to doesn't even run the grade 3s version. You just focus on the grade 2s, have arcs for early draw power and potential pressure if you want to go. But seeing Barvarina in action like this, it's looking pretty appealing for what it could do.
When you check a crit trigger, man, it goes off.
Yeah, basically. Well, with that said, we're going to give a short break, and then we're going to come back a bit earlier because we have something special to show you guys, thanks to, according to Fuzzy, where we go over some statistics of what the tournament players are playing and give you more insight of what you can expect in this format, but also coming up with the BCS format as well. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short moment.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern?
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do. Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee with Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yeah.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
Yes.
developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly centers around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Bite? Or because
it could be anything, because you have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have. Like, this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? Something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were one floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were one floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there would say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at that time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It is going to be a very difficult.
Welcome back, everybody, to yet another round of B-roll. Is something I would say if we not have something special to be had before we jump into round 4, because right now round 3 is almost wrapping up. There's still a couple of players left, but we want to take this time to go over something unique, something special, because Fuzzy is known for making the pie charts of every distribution of decks being played, but he's been doing something new lately, and he's been doing it this time especially live for this tournament. So without further ado, I want to give the floor to Fuzzy. You can go ahead, what you've been preparing for us today here that we can show the lovely people over at home.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So I know a lot of people are curious when it comes to certain cards being played in decks and maybe, what they think are some of the most used cards at certain ratios. So we have the pleasure of compiling a lot of the decks that we have here today and seeing what are the most used cards in each nation in terms of, playability. Now, keep in mind when it comes to these data sets, we don't include things like triggers, perfect guards, and things from the main grade 3 ride line, or at least what we consider as a ride line, right? So what we're trying to mainly try to highlight and try to focus on are what are the most used cards outside of that space. So if you want to transition it over, if we can transition it over, I'd love to show some of the data sets that we have here. So over here, we have the top 5 most used cards right now in Lyrical Monasterio. So at number 1, of course, we have Yuika. At number 2, we have the cycle card for Lyrical. And then for numbers 3, 4, and 5, we actually have what I consider everything to be used in the Willista ride line, right? So that being a given, right, you could see that stuff like Ophelia, stuff like Elvira, all of them are used at around 76%, which makes sense because in our data sets, it does seem like Willista is the most highest used Lyrical deck as a whole. But, when it comes to things like the cycle card, when it comes to things like Yuika, those are at 84%, right? Yeah. So that just goes to show that there are more Lyrical decks out there, and those decks are specifically using these cards.
Yeah, so one thing that's interesting that I want to ask you here is that we have 2 percentages. I assume the top percentage is here to how they're used percentage-wise and generally all over across all the decks in that nation. And then the second percentage is how much their percentage-wise are used at that copies, right?
Correct. So the second line that you guys see over here, what are the most popular used copies? Like how many of what are used at a certain ratio, right? So for example, we look at Yuika. The most popular way to use her is you run her at 3 copies, and that's being shown at 65%.
Yeah, so one thing that's also interesting that you can deduce from this data set is that Willista is most likely being played for like 3 out of the 4 lyrical decks, as every Willista deck is playing 4 copies of Ophelia, but only 76% of the decks are playing her. So we know that like 25% of the decks are actually something else. So that's like the Leticia or maybe a Kyrie, and those decks do then play like the other generic cards that are above that 76% line.
Exactly. And then if you want to look at something like Ramona, right, which is the card at number 5, she's only being used at 71% as compared to something like Ophelia, who is being used at 76%. So that one would like to think, okay, maybe not all of the Willista decks out there are running Ramona.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that you can deduce from this, which gives you an insight of, okay, well, what players are assuming is the best strategy and what decks are being used or what cards are being tagged in. But I'm also curious of what, as soon as we know Willista is one of the main decks, how this will then translate to what we see for the other nations as well.
Yeah, of course. This is just one nation to look at. We could definitely pull up another nation to take a look at. Okay, so next we have Stoicheia. Now, Stoicheia looks a little more straightforward, I would like to personally say. So at first we have in the Dim Darkness running at 87%. Then the second place we have Roaming Prison Dragon at 81%. Then we have Shadow Cloak also at 81%. Then we have Dragon Wrench at 81%. And then we have the Skirling at 81% as well. So that just goes to show that the most used deck, at least in my eyes, for Stoicheia, is Zorga.
Yeah, I would assume as well. Only the interesting thing you can deduce from here is that all these cards are being played equally amount in the deck, but the amount of copies differs, which makes sense because Zorga is a more flexible deck that can switch depending on how the player wants to pilot a deck. Some cards you play 1 of or 2 of or 3 of, thus making not an absolute choice like we saw with the one for Willista, which you 100% don't want to play the multi-tech grade 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, speaking of, so we can look at In the Dim Darkness as well. 87%, which meaning there are other Stoicheia decks out there that are not Zorga running it. And it looks like the most popular way to run it is at 2 copies.
Which makes sense. It's a pretty diverse card that can be used in other multi-tech strategies. So it makes sense we see this more often, and that is a more like a generic card for the nation. And it's quite interesting to see these cards so high because Stoicheia is known for like having insane generic cards.
Yeah. So it's nice to see that there is a little bit of flexibility when it comes to at least the order space, right? But of course, the clear outlier here when it comes to Stoicheia is Zorga.
Exactly. Now I'm curious how this then will translate for the other nations. So I think we can switch over to like the third one.
Okay, yeah, Brandgate is next, and it has a lot of interesting things to look at. So as you can see, the numbers are significantly lower, which just means to show that there's a whole bunch of different decks and different deck types being played. So of course we have the most used card in Brandgate currently is the Cycle card at 46%. We have Bulbul Mine at 40%. And then the rest of it, we have at 20%, 20%, 20%. All of them looks like they're primarily being used for Prison.
Yeah, which
so it just makes me...
Oh,
no,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, which makes me believe that Prison is apparently for Brandgate right now the most popular deck, which is kind of surprising, but it's a telling because we have the same data set we saw with Willista, as seen as Aku's Markite. I think the promo is run at 100% 4 copies at 20%.
Yeah, absolutely. So it just goes to show that if you are running a Prison deck, you're probably running it as a 4 of. Whereas the Cycle card is actually interesting because in my eyes, right, this particular one having the ability to search for particular orders that you might need in the later stages of the game, and having that flexibility to, of course, get the extra draw when you're doing your early game ride shenanigans, you would want to run it as a 4 of. But as the data shows...
I think the reason why you did that assumption, I 100% agree with that assumption, but I think the reason why it's lower is because of the fact that apparently Prison is the most popular one. And Prison, I feel like, doesn't have enough reason to play this card because they only want 1 Prison in the deck and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just goes to show that, there are a couple of people out there that are thinking, okay, maybe Prison is a good contender in this current meta, right? Because if I'm trying to deny my opponent rear guards, maybe something like Willista putting things into their Prison, or maybe something like Gondiva too, they might need their Counterblast. They might need their Soul to be able to do their other things. but now they're having to pay their taxes to get their rear guards back out.
Yeah, basically. I can see that logic, yeah.
So that's Brandgate, but of course we have a couple more nations to take a look at. So if we want to transition it over to the next nation. Okay, so next up is Keter Sanctuary. And there's a lot to look at here. So once again, we have Spiral Cutie Angel, another cycle card being used at 47%. Then the next card after that is Wayward Therapy Angel being used at 35.2%. Then we have Cadwalla being used at 35%. We have Drilling Angel being used at 17%. And then Painkiller being also used at 17%.
Yeah, I think the reason for the number statistic is similar to what we saw with Brandgate, is that the nation has a lot of diversity strategy options that are equally viable. Like we see some Youthberg support cards, but we also see some cards that are being played potentially in Minerva or maybe in Tegria potentially. So that's why we see more generic cards here than actually a core concept of a singular deck like Zorga or Willista.
Absolutely. I mean, one could argue, though, that the Wayward Therapy Angel is less of a generic, right? That's mainly something that people see in Youthberg. But it also goes to show that maybe around 35% of today's tournament, when it comes to Keter decks, are Youthberg decks.
That could definitely be a possibility. And as a pseudo Youthberg player, I love to see those odds.
And another thing to point out, too, is actually the Spiral Cutie Angel. And this one, actually, the most popular way to use it is at 4 copies. 50%, that can be argued, but just goes to show that like this being one of the stronger cycle cards to use in all of the cycle cards.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree with that. I think we're going to head straight into the next nation because we're almost getting into the fighters are getting
Yeah.
So we're going to wrap it up a bit, but let's show the next
Speed
one.
round. All right, Dark States. We have Zargon using at 70%, GG at 70%, Gungunarum at 66%, Argalia at 58%, and the cycle card at 20%.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm interested in with this one, it's very clear showing that Chronojet is the more popular clan in this nation, but we still see the cycle card, but it's significantly lower than the other nation, but that's obvious as since Chronojet doesn't really play this card all too much, so that's why the stats are skewed lesser in the favor of this card.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, though, that Sargon is the most popular used card, but it also goes to show it's a very versatile card, it's very generic, and it can be used in a lot of Dark States decks.
Mm-hmm. So that said, I think we're going to head into the last nation, I believe, for this set.
Aha, good old Dragon Empire. And, I mean, I'm not going to argue here. There are some clear outliers here, right? Best Harvest being used, 83%. We have the cycle card at 70%. We have Brachioforce at 62%. And then a big drop, right? We actually see the buff Sagara Shield being used at 21%, and then Meteor Flare at 16%.
Yeah, it's
so of course,
kind of interesting.
Yeah, Gondiva, the most used deck. But it's interesting because it's how people are playing the deck that makes it interesting. Looks like some people are playing the order card and possibly have something in their ride line to compensate for that. Some people are playing Meteor Flare Dragon. It's interesting.
Yeah, this is probably the more dynamic list that we've seen so far because it's clearly one deck, but unlike the other decks where every statistic stat is very close to each other, this is widely varying, which means the Gandiva deck, even though it's one of the best deck in the format as well as for the nation, it is vastly different from each other, which is kind of interesting because it gives the deck a bit more flavor to each and every single player.
Exactly. So it just goes to show, even though it's a powerful deck, it's how you build the deck as well.
Yeah, definitely agree. And overall, if you take the entire data set as a collective from every single nation, the only card that immediately pops out to everybody, and it's probably not a surprise to most players, are these cycle cards. These cycle cards are used across the board, significant amount, and it's obvious. Those cards are insane. They're good for early game draw potential, consistency potential, but they have a high option with the Persona Ride interaction as well.
Absolutely. But of course, that's just the numbers. Numbers at the end of the day are numbers. It also comes down to the players. which I think we're trying to load up right now.
Yeah, I think we're getting into the next round. Players are getting ready. And we've got an interesting matchup for next round as well. One is familiar and one is new. I will give the new one to you, Fuzzy. You can go over, and I will once again go over this one that I've earlier showcased today. So once the team is ready, we're going to the next deck's preview for round number 4, which is bound to be exciting and explosive as we've seen so far with the other matches as well. So loading up the first deck,
I'm excited.
Let's see what we're gonna have first. Is it going to be deck number 1 or deck number 2? I've heard from whispers in my ear. We have Ballista first, and this is what I'm gonna cover once again. We've talked about this earlier. I'm gonna spare Fuzzy the potential same treatment as JJ. This deck is basically what we've seen before. It's gems, it's draw power, it's cycle power, it's building a board, and then unleashing 5 multi-attacks. It can be played in vastly different ways because you can hold back and then explode on a Persona return that we saw in round 2, if I remember correctly. And I'm curious how this is going to pan out. Is it going to be more explosive early on, more early aggression? We're going to see a similar playstyle. As this list, I believe, is almost identical, if not like 1 or 2 cards different. But that said, we know Willista. We want to see it more often. So I'm going to pass it on to Fuzzy. Let's talk about the second deck.
Okay, so we do see a Minerva here. All right, very interesting. So Minerva definitely being one of those decks that we expected to see here, but the build here is quite unique, if I do say so myself. So, of course, we do see some outliers here. We do see things such as the Drilling Angel to be able to fit you key Regalia pieces that you might need. Of course, Angelica also being a very key piece to instigate a multi-attack combo. I see, of course, we see Chamomile to be able to instigate the multi-attacks as well. But there are a couple of really interesting, cards I hear that I wouldn't actually expect to see here. So one particular one that we could see all the way at the bottom is the order card over there. I believe it's called Trumpet of Blessing.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose up to 1 grade 3 or less from among it, call it your rearguard circle, and put the rest of the top of your deck in any order. That's really interesting. It's a way to get things like your Angelica onto the board while stacking triggers on top of your deck. I'm very fascinated by this build. I would love to see how this is going to be playing out.
Yeah, this feels like a mix between Oracle Fintech and Genesis with the top deck manipulation, because they also run the one-off Tourniquet Breath Dragon, which I don't know. Is this a staple card? I feel like this is not generic for the deck.
Definitely not. I have not seen Tourniquet in a Minerva deck, that's for sure. This is a very spicy tech.
Yeah, so I'm honestly very curious how this is going to go against Willista. So if the players are ready, I like to jump straight into the deck, unless you want to point out something else that we can while the players setting up.
I'd rather point out this gameplay that we're about to see right now.
So, well, I won't argue with that. So once the players get the go sound, we're going to straight into this match and see how this matchup is going to fare. Particular with this particular one, it's the two female decks right now, the waifus for some players. Do you think there is a advantage for either deck going first here? Because it looks like Minerva is going first.
So that's interesting to point out. I would like to argue that, there are some advantages for Minerva going first, possibly being able to instigate some sort of multi-attack. But at the same time, right, to get that restand, you are going to need your opponent to be at a grade 3 or greater Vanguard. So I would argue, actually, that Willista going first would probably be stronger, but can be argued.
I agree. Although to what we see right now is that the Minerva player already setting up for a potential Drilling Angel here with the Chamomile being discarded. So that could be a great setup for Minerva.
Absolutely. Being able to at least do some form of multi-attack if they can, being able to push Willista to a certain damage threshold. It might be what the Minerva player might need, because if Minerva player on the Persona ride turn is it's very scary.
And this is also pretty scary. We see crit immediately coming down for Dominic, and we see the one-off Tourniquet also hitting the damage zone, so that card is out of the game. But also the booster being called. We didn't saw this in the last game, Elvira. So this Willista is potentially going to draw quite a significant amount of cards this game.
Absolutely. You be in mind, I would like to remind the viewers at home that Elvira is not a once per turn skill. So if you have multiple Elviras on board, you are drawing multiple times.
So seeing double grade 3 with the Chamomile, which does mean you're not drive checking those. It's sad that you lose the Persona Ride unless you can fetch it back some way. But it does put the grade 3s in the soul, thus activating your full power skill. Because I believe you need to have a grade 3 in the soul to get 5k power to the front row with your Vanguard skill passively.
Yes.
So that's at least one advantage that Lee is going to have here. So the grade 3 turn is going to be a bit more threatening.
But the question is, like you said earlier here, Eric, does Leia have the drilling angel in hand to be able to at least filter some cards into the soul? Looks like nope, just going to be going in straight with Chamomile.
Yep. That answers your question very, very quick. So
all right, simple 15k shield.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want the same thing happen he did to Lee. Oh, and
just a critical trigger would have pushed him right to 2.
He would have done the same thing back, but Dominic is like, nope, we're going to use the crit I just crit you with.
All right, coming back onto Dominic's turn. Now, in your opinion, do you think that should be any sort of aggression going on here? Any sort of aggro? Should he just be swinging in with his Vanguard here?
It's hard to say. Like, Lee already has 2 counterblasts, so he could use the Chamomile to multi-attack already. But it depends on how much you want to overstand. You already saw one Angelica going to Soul, so it lowers the chance of actually getting countercharge options. And you're being at grade 2, meaning Minerva cannot restand, so you don't have to worry about that. So how much pressure can it generate with just recalling Chamomiles with like a passive 5k power? Is that something you worry about in this case? I don't know. Like, if he has a good hand to go off on turn 3, he might just want the pressure now to capitalize that on the next following turn.
Absolutely. And not even that. You also have to realize that Dominic is at 0 damage. So even on the crackback, if Led does decide to go for a super aggro push, he has the flexibility to take it.
Yeah, and then one defensive trigger could probably shut down a lot of those attacks without the Persona Ride power. So that's, I believe...
It looks like he at least going for some form of aggro here, right? He's calling down that Ramona. The Ramona is going to get the plus 10,000 ability because she says if Ruby and Sapphire are in the soul, she gets 10k power. But because the Illuminate counts as both the Ruby and the Sapphire, it's just all good. Nice, good old plus 10k.
Yeah, he was too quick with almost turn driving there, but he draw check another Elvira. So if he calls that next turn, it's gonna draw a bunch of cards.
Oh my goodness! And I see a drilling angel coming down on Lei's side. That's in my opinion, at least at the current moment, right, a very key combo piece Minerva needs.
Yeah, because the one we know one Chamomile is already in a drop, so he needs to get access to more Chamomiles as fast as possible to just unleash the multi-tech potential that the deck is known for.
Right. If you're in Lei's position here, do you consider at least maybe just farming and passing and maybe attacking a rear guard, right? Denying a counterblast? Because at least if you're in that position, Ophelia does need a counterblast to restand.
Mm-hmm.
So at least denying some sort of multi-attack pressure. But even then, you're at 3 damage and potentially going to more on the crackback.
Well, one thing that's interesting, we saw him choosing a Chamomile and a draw trigger with the right line skill, which I'm kind of curious why he chose to also add the draw trigger to the soul, which maybe he needs a soul for something right now, or that could answer why he needs a soul for something. But I'm kind of curious of what his thought pattern here is.
There we go. There's his spicy tech. We got the Trumpet of Blessing. So look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Choose up to 1 grade 3 or less card from among them. Call it to rear guard circle and put the rest to the top of your deck.
Well, it looks like he won't be adding a grade 3 here, but he does now have full knowledge of what's on the top of the deck, so he could work with that here. So he's probably soul charging. Oh, he's looking at the top card, but he already knows. So he can keep it at top, which is a telling sign that it's either a pivotal combo piece or a trigger.
If it's the over trigger, can you imagine?
He does have the grade 3 there as well. So, so he will counter charge as well, which means he gets full value of everything. But it looks like he's just going to attack for 3 times because he already soul blasted the Chamomile earlier. So I'm curious what is. Oh, he has another Chamomile.
No,
okay.
He has a Chamomile on this. He has a Chamomile on the soul. Yep. He's attacking with Vanguard first. Oh. For me, that seems very telling.
Yeah, is that the OT on the top of the deck? Don't tell me, because he is running the dart. He's running the Keter one, so those are. Oh, this could be dangerous. Like Dominic is at 0, but
It could also be a very good bluff.
Oh, it's a front.
Oh, it's a
Okay.
front trigger. Okay.
Okay. And then it's in the
Never mind.
Oh my god, he knew. Okay, this is dangerous now, because even if he's at 0 damage, having those attacks with drive checks, this could change this could be a tempo swing with a capital T. Like, this could be nuts.
Absolutely. Angelica now having a grade 3, having twin drive. Oh my goodness. That's going to be an additional 3 cards in hand, 3 more drive checks with a front trigger on top of it too, just to add insult to injury.
I wonder where you put the 100 million power here. I think it's on the Angelique. I think it's put it on the Chamomile. Looking at
The Chamomile would make more sense, because at least with here you have the ability to get more trigger value with your Angelica here.
So we see 2 very powerful cards hitting the damage zone, the Psycho card and the grade 3 multi-tacker.
Oh my goodness. And if he calls out the Chamomile, that Chamomile also gets a drive check.
Oh no. Yeah, because the skill it's given to the player, if I remember correctly. So everything will just keep drive checking. This is dangerous. Even if the attacks might not be too big in numbers, the drive checks, they will matter.
The drive checks do matter, yeah, absolutely, because you're farming up a lot of hand by doing a lot of drive checks.
And that heal that will activate is also pretty huge here, because now he goes back to 2 damage as well. So
pushing Dominic over here to 3 damage.
I wonder what Dominic in this position is thinking. Like, knowing he was in such a good position and now seeing the amount of pressure that's pushed against him and Lee farming this amount of hand, it could be an uphill battle, but we do know he has draw potential.
Granted, if you're in Dominic's position too, I think you're very thankful that you guarded in the early game to stay at 0 damage for something like this.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note as well. And that...
They've dodged a critical trigger on top of that too. Oh my goodness.
That was a good call by Dominic. He just wanted to stay at free and not gamble the rest of the damage as well. Granted,
absolutely,
turn, he doesn't have to worry about over-trigger guarding things, because the guard is gone. And he does still have his over-trigger left somewhere.
Very true. So now if I'm in Dominic's position, right, I can do what I'm doing very comfortably. My eyes, I'm going to try and farm up a large amount of hand, try to build my board, and push back as hard as I can.
Also, keep in mind, Lee might have draw check a couple of quite a bunch of cards. He doesn't have, if I see the board correctly, he doesn't have multi-attack options for next turn, because everything is already out of the soul.
Yep.
So
unless you have something like we said, like a drilling angel, if he got something off that drive check, absolutely, that following crackback turn is looking less and less scary.
So even though Dominic just got a massive turn, if Lee doesn't find a drilling angel or a persona ride on top of that, we could have the same scenario that we had in the last game, where the overdressed player was such a good early game but just couldn't capitalize on it.
Granted, I will add that Minerva will be live when it comes to the restand, so there at least is something in that.
Yeah,
but that's just something you have to take into account.
So we see the gem coming down here, getting full power, and having 3 Elviras on the board right now.
Oh my goodness!
That's what, a draw 3? Dominic is like, look, I saw you draw cards. I like that. Let me try that.
Yeah, basically. So that means the longer this game goes on, Dominic's hands will just grow and grow and grow every time he uses the gem.
Yeah, because Minerva does not have any way of retiring, though.
Nope. And we also see full combo on Dominic's side. He is going to have 5 attacks here with the rear guards, full pressure. So even though Lee just got a lot of cards, he's probably going to either take a lot of damage or waste a lot of cards here to keep it a sizable amount of damage.
It'll be very interesting to see what's going to go on Dominic's side here. Are we going to go for the multi-attack combos? We do see, yep. So with that, more than likely what's going to be happening is that swinging with both of his rear guards, swinging with his Ballista, then using both the gem effect as well as Ophelia effect, restand both of the rear guards.
Yep. I think the line of play that we're going to see. Interesting enough, he decided to guard with 15 instead of just 10k. Because he could just intercept with the Chumals. The Chumals are just vanillas at this point. But he's deciding to intercept them now, which it makes sense. It's the same number. It's 21. So now we're going to go into the multi-tech shenanigans.
Yep, we have a Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, more than likely restanding the Grade 2 rear guard. Be in mind, Ophelia is also at end of battle if makes any... Oh, my goodness. Is that a critical trigger?
I think that's... Hey, let me look it up. I'm not familiar with that artwork. That's a heal. It looks like a heal. Or is it...
No, it's a crit. It's definitely a crit.
Okay. They look so similar from that perspective. Another Drilling Angel hitting the damage. That's not good sign for Lee.
Pushing Lee right to 4 damage. Just goes to show the aggression from Ballista is so strong.
Like, it's likely that Lee's going to survive this turn, as he can just take one, guard the other. But knowing that 2 of his Drilling Angels are already in the damage zone, that means it's becoming less and less and less likely that we're going to hit a Drilling Angel to get those Shamals back into the soul to achieve some multi-tech options here.
Yeah, if I'm in Lee's position, more than likely what's going to be happening is I'm going to try and guard this Ramona over here, and then I will take the Ophelia.
Yeah, especially since the power difference between these two is pretty sizable. Oh, he
chooses to guard both.
Interesting.
I mean, to be fair, though, having that flexibility of being at 4 damage as opposed to 5 damage, just in case you cannot get the kill confirm, at least you have some sort of leg room on the crackback.
It makes sense, especially with the defensive trigger he hit, so he can just use 1 card to block them. So resource-wise, this is very... It makes sense resource-wise, because you're not wasting too much overextending shield, and you keep the amount of cards left for next turn if you cannot kill them, and you need to survive yet another Willista turn.
Okay, it looked like the 15k shield that Lee dropped wasn't enough, so he just also deciding to drop an additional cider on top of that, so he has enough to guard it.
So Persona Radka incoming, which makes sense, but the amount of drive checking is very likely he saw one. But now the question is, what's Lee going to do?
Exactly. What is he going to call onto the board to try and take this play over the edge?
So he's checking his soul, he's checking his damage zone, trying to figure out how he can achieve maximum pressure in this particular turn. No!
Gets the Drilling Angel.
So he gets
putting the chamomile in the soul, so he does have a multi-attack play going to happen here.
It's to be expected that he won't find another one. As soon as I think he's seen 3 or already all 4 of his chamomiles.
But even then, having at least the ability to have an additional attacker on a Persona ride turn might matter here in the long run. Even if it's just the one. I know Minerva is definitely known for having multiple attacks. You know, having the ability to Soul Blast out during Minerva's effect. Then possibly something out of Cadwalla. You know, having the power to instigate multiple attacks. Just pressure on top of pressure on top of pressure.
Oh no, he's using the order again, and we know what happened last time.
Oh my goodness, there's Cadwalla.
I am curious. Oh, okay, yeah, I thought I misinterpreted that order card. I thought it was specifically called Grade 3, but it's Grade 3 or less.
No, Grade 3 or less, yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So that we can assume that there's a highly likely chance that the top card is a trigger, which makes Dominic probably more on his toes to know how he should guard, especially since Minerva can restand.
Or just a bluff, in all honesty. Just saying that, look, I have the ability to check the top card of my deck, puts that sort of mind game on my opponent. Oh my goodness, did he leave a trigger on top? I have to guard for that. When in all honesty, it's like, nah, it's just maybe a blank or a PG.
Like, in this situation, being at 3 damage, there is a possibility that Dominique can survive this. But if that's a crit, it makes it a lot more harder to do.
There was no bluff here. It was indeed a trigger.
Putting the power on the rear makes sense because it's harder to guard, because that would have been just 1 trigger to guard. Now it's at least 2 cards.
Yep, the cider's not...
Front is good. That
front
helps.
is very good. And an Ophelia. All right, Dominic here at 5 damage, coming down. Minerva having that ability now to restand.
So we're going to I believe Minerva is at that point 28k. So another 28k with a single drive makes it still a pretty annoying card to guard, because that means you need to waste at least 30k shield to make a good note to pass, because the overtrigger's out.
Having that front trigger though does give Dominic a little bit of flexibility here. But if you're at 5 damage here, it's not that much flexibility.
This is just one trigger to guard, which makes it easy. Thanks for the front trigger that came in clutch.
All right, so then does Lee use Cadwala's effect here to Soul Blast out the Chamomile to get that additional multi-attack?
He could, but I wouldn't be surprised if he would up to not. But it looks like he's going to, because that Chamomile is going to be 25k. So unless he hits a trigger, that Chamomile can easily be guarded with just a 5k shield.
Adding the Angelica.
So even more deck filtering, so the chance of hitting a trigger is increasing here.
Yeah, actually, now that you say that, that's a very good, interesting point. It's filter on top of filter, right? Because you're checking your top card, you're doing things with your Drilling Angel.
Yeah, the deck can really compress quickly if you're hitting your targets. And we see a little bit in action in this game as well. So instantly going for the Chamomile, which is, I think this is somewhat the same strategy as we saw with the Gear Chronicle player that wants to attack with as many rearguards first, so the opponent doesn't know how he should effectively guard against like the trigger or not. So,
yeah, granted the Chamomile was only a 25k there, so that was just a simple 5k shield for Dominic. So, I mean, it makes you think, should Minerva have swung first?
It depends. Like, this is 15, this is 38 against 28. Or
One to pass?
No, this is the front trigger, so this is no pass.
Okay, no pass.
And the Kratos coming. Ooh, that's not what you want to see in this situation for Lee, because I assume he already has a Persona Ride and this 0 shield.
All right, Lee's last attack here. Does Dominic have enough to guard it?
He's contemplating to attack it to the rearguard, which makes sense because you don't know if Dominic has another extender as one. I think already 2 hit the damage zone. But sadly, the front trigger makes it the same guard potential as if he would attack the Vanguard here.
And that was enough.
Now the question is, does Lee have enough shield? Because it's a different situation than last turn. He doesn't have as many cards thanks to the overtrigger. He's now at 4 damage instead of 2. It looks like he has 3, 6, 7 cards. And we know 1 is the Cradle, so it's only 6 cards with shield.
6 cards in hand at 4 damage, staring down a Ballista on a Persona Ride turn. This is going to be very scary.
He did Persona Ride? Ooh, then yeah.
He did indeed Persona Ride, and I believe that's another Elvira, so that's another draw 3 coming out from Dominic.
Like, we see what Ballista's known for, farming a lot of cards. Honestly, I think Dominic has just drawn more cards than Lee did thanks to the overtrigger at this point.
Absolutely. Just trying to outclass him. All right, but, I mean, that being said, also, nothing else needs to be called on Dominic's board, right? You have everything that you could possibly need. You have your extenders, you have your multi-attackers, you have the ability to multi-attack with both of your rear guards. Right now, if I'm in Dominic's position, I'm just like, okay, try to farm up as many cards as I can for a potential crackback that he might have, but I'm going to try and go for a kill here.
Yeah, I think he's using now that he doesn't have to dedicate resource for the board, he's using his resource to gather information. Because the checking top 5 calls nothing sounds like, why would you do that? But at the same time, he's able to look at least 5 cards in his deck, so he can gather more information of what he can expect, what's going to happen during the drive checks.
Oh man, and has the Recusis on top of that, so that's going to be an additional 10k.
This is going to be he's probably going to go for broke at this turn. He's saying, this is going to the turn that I'm going to win. You either have your shield or we're going to go to round 5.
Let's see if Lee has enough.
One thing I want to point out that we haven't seen so far from Lee's side, we haven't seen any PGs.
Oh, very true, actually. Could actually be thinking that, all right, if I conserve all my PGs for a potential 5 attack turn here, then I can live and then see what I can do after that.
because he can take one, and then with 7 cards in hand, if my math is correctly, you can exactly use 4 PGs. But that's if he has all 4 in his hand, of course.
Anything's possible.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I encountered that play.
Neither have I. All right, Lee just thinking here, trying to map out the attack pattern here.
Like, one thing that Lee also has to now consider is that he cannot rely on the defensive OT anymore. It's out. So he's using intercept on 1 card from hand. So that's 1 block. Coming in the second one.
23, 33. I believe we're staring down here at the 41k column.
That's pretty big. That's 30k shield. And he's taking...
That is not a defensive.
So Ballista coming in, and I believe Ballista is like 43, 53 or something?
23, 33, 43, 46k. Recuses is only a 3k boost, but even then, that's still 46k.
And then you also have to consider Twin Drive on top of that.
Oh, boy. There's the PG. There's 1 PG.
Okay, drive check. That's just another Ramona. And that's a
heal trigger.
Oh my god, Dominic healing to 4 here.
A little bit of flexibility here. But then the question is, does Dominic need that flexibility if he's just trying to go for the game?
So resending. Getting an additional 15k here. So that unit is now 48.
That is definitely lethal territory over here.
Oh, interesting. Both columns are 48 now, if I look at the board. So he's staring at 42, 48 columns.
That makes the math easier at the very least.
And he has 4 cards in hand. 4 cards could guard that, but he has to have the exact correct 4 cards now.
We do know, I believe, one of them is still that Regalis piece in his hand that he drove check earlier. The question is, does Lee have enough? Is he going to risk it here at least?
He's looking at 3 cards at the same time. That's a telling sign. Ooh, that's not a good sign because that means the last card in his hand is, I believe, the Regalis piece.
Unless he pitched it for the PG.
Then this has to be a last PG in his hand. But it looks like it's
not. It is not.
And it's the 4th Drilling Angel hitting for 6 damage, and that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. Dominic taking it with yet another Ballista win on stream against Minerva, which, honestly, Minerva got a good fight in the early game, but Ballista, man, can it draw cards?
Absolutely. Like you said, Lee checking that over trigger, having that ability to just farm a massive amount of card. Dominic just on the crackback side, nope, I could do that better. Let me show you.
That's how you play games without the overtrigger. Imagine if he also hit the overtrigger in one of those turns. Man, it would have been a different ballpark as well.
Yeah, but it also just goes to show Ballista having a lot of prominence in today's metagame.
Yeah, basically this is a good showcase of why people are taking Ballista and why it's such a dominant boogeyman in the format at this stage. Even though we just came off Gendiva, which honestly is still a really good deck, as it allows you to remove those cards from Ballista's field, which we haven't seen a lot being happening with these matches. So maybe we're going to see that in the later rounds moving forward when we see more of these decks clashing against and butting heads against each other. But if you have anything else you want to highlight about this match or what we're going to see next turn, I think we're going to head into intermission, prepping for round 5, where I'm going to head off, go to the background, and give the foreground to you and JJ.
Absolutely. So then, if that being said, we'll see you guys after a quick commercial break. We'll see. Stay tuned.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. as a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes: Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Hey Terence. Hey Julius. Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee with Bushiroad series. No problem. You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the another reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now. Yes. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now. That's true. That's true. Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So you are a senior development executive. Yes. That's right. Can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role? Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time. So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Yes. Developing the product is like one aspect of it. Yes. Yeah. Our development mostly central around localization. So Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community. Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed. Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow. And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing,
I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before,
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories, but I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is, but of course there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text, it's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. Major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or
because it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's great. Okay.
So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like, this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in? Due to this sudden arrangement.
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So, and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work. Okay. So it's slightly different from overseas where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance. Yeah. Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight, we have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese language proficiency test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 for the standard format. We have a bit of a rotation happening, going on. So instead of Eric, we have JJ. Yeah, I've been happy all around. I've been seeing some awesome card fighting happening. Got to see the sunrise as well. I'm just having a win-win this weekend, guys. All right, but before we go into our round 5, most people, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, know me for pie charts. So, for the wonderful viewers at home, we have some pie charts to show you now, some more stats to take a look at. So we're going to take a quick look at some of the distribution of the overall tournament, just to give people an idea, maybe a representation of how everything's looking. And here you go. So you can see with this following pie chart, 26% is running Lyrical Monasterio, 24% is running Dragon Empire, 15%, 16% Dark States, 11.7% Keter Sanctuary, 11% Stoicheia, and then 10% Brantgate. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could even, I believe if you were paying attention to the stats being shown earlier on the stream, you know, most of these decks, of course, for Lyrical side and Dragon Empire side being that of Willista and Gandiva. But of course, it is to be expected, right? Those are the clear outliers in today's metagame. So it just goes to show that, you know, if their strong decks are strong, bring them. Stoicheia. Yeah, so just goes to show that even though the most represented decks might be what you think they are, doesn't necessarily mean that's what they are right now in the top cut. Which just goes to go into contention of what we have to possibly show you guys for our next round showing. So I'll let maybe JJ take it away for the first deck showing. Okay, so I guess I'll take this one. So we have Muhammad here playing Messiah. Now, this is a build, a deck that we saw earlier on stream today, but it's a very strong deck, at least in my eyes, nonetheless, right? Having the ability to instinct multi-attacks, a little bit of controlling the board with some sort of locking mechanics, not as much as it used to be back in the day, but still, you know, having that ability to create lots of pressure, a lot of multi-attack flow. And then, you know, in the early games, of course, with the crest, those numbers get larger. And then, of course, you have the power to draw a lot of cards with your Messiah grade 3. So, the distribution is a little bit different. One thing I would like to highlight here is something like the Mikani only being run as a 2 of. Now, I know a lot of people are very comfortable running Mikani, more instances to be able to, you know, get a lot of more soul charges. Other than that, you know, it actually, you know, thinking about it and looking at it, it's a lot of out of the box Messiah, right? Just buy the Stride deck set, maybe add in a couple of cards, and you're good to go. Absolutely. I'm sure there are a lot of Zorga hypes in the chat. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but it just goes to show that that new Zorga support is so strong, you know, in combination of things like the Roaming Prison Dragon, in combination with their new card, the Kill Spell Ring, I believe its name is. You have crit pressure, you have multi-attack, you have so many good things going for this deck. Yeah, I mean, I do unfortunately think the grade 3 units have to be different card names, but like you said, Exactly. Having that ability actually just to filter for a roaming prison dragon is very strong. Plus, if I can add, the card art just looks amazing on it. He looks having the just Zorga be sitting and looking so powerful. Yeah, let's do it. All right. So, in your honest opinion, does going first or second matter for Muhammad, who's playing Messiah? And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So it looks like Muhammad was going first here. Does he have the order to discard? He does. Calls down the Dragon Wrench. So he's going for pure aggro on turn one, which is, in my opinion, it's not bad, right? Because if you're playing against a Stride deck, I think for a lot of people, the mindset is I need to push the Stride player in the early game. That way, in the late game, when they're going to be rolling, I have way more power to kill them. Oh, wow. Muhammad actually going and attacking the rear guard instead, denying Richard a damage. Yeah, and at the same time, too, Richard also discarded the Roaming Prison Dragon for his ride deck. I feel like, I don't know about you, JJ, but that's like one of the most ideal cards to discard if you're a Zorga player. Getting it into the drop zone, setting it up. Beautiful. I mean, it also could be along the lines of him maybe not giving him a counterblast at all on the grade 3 turn, right? Exactly, because if you're in a position where you're not going to be able to stride as soon as you ride into grade 3, maybe you want to try and avoid and deny as much resources as you possibly can, and then go for your power play. Right, because then at what best can you do, right? All you could do is maybe get into your Zorga Mask. You're going to need at least a counterblast to instigate one of your orders. So you can't go for a double Roaming Prison Dragon turn. And even if you have the orders that don't require any counterblasts and still able to do your Alchemagic, you do have, if you have like Curling in the drop, that does require a counterblast. Actually, the question is, would Richard then respond by not riding at all, right? Ah, yeah, you're right. It's you have to be on grade 3 at the beginning of the turn. Okay, got it. And there you go. Yeah, just going right into blue Zorga, no masks, no nothing. Muhammad taking it, going to 3 damage. Now he has some counterblast to work with too. going into more than likely a very strong Messiah turn. Contemplating probably here what to pitch. One thing I'd also like to add is that, you know, having that ability to deny Zorga that damage can also be beneficial to a player if you're playing something like a Stride deck set. Because with something like Messiah specifically, even if you can't push them to a certain damage threshold, at least with Generation Break 2, you have that ability to draw a lot of cards, farm up a lot of what you might potentially be expecting, right? Mm-hmm. You know, if I'm looking at Zorga, I know, okay, what is your play? Your play is you're going to go into your mask, more than likely create Alchemagic. Off your Alchemagic, you're going to create at least 1 to 2 roaming prison dragons. And then as soon as you have that, you have crit pressure, and then possibly another multi-attack with the Sturlog.
So right now we did the sacrifice into Klauser Klein, able to take a look at the top 5 here. It gets himself a Astroblade Dragon, which is another 13 to 21 clay booster, which is really, really nice.
And of course, you know, unlocking the Messiah as well, having more multi-attack pressure on top of that. Yeah, it seems all in all very nice on Muhammad's part.
All right.
Now the question is this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'm really happy that Richard actually didn't really commit anything last turn or use any of his resources, since it's 1 to 3, it's 0 to 3 actually, and now has a whole bunch of damage he can still eat. It allows him to like push out into his next turn. It does happen to give Muhammad a heal trigger here.
Yeah, crit into a heal. Very nice flexibility. Now putting them both at even damage, and a roaming prison dragon into the drop zone for Richard here. Granted, the ideal play is at least you wanting to in your drop zone.
Let's see what he goes off with here. This is going to be 21. If he happened to give power, it's also hitting for 26 because it's long flipped.
We'll see what happens here. I mean, to be fair though, if I'm in Richard's position, I do have a little bit of flexibility. But I think as we've seen earlier in these tournaments, the longer a Stride deck goes, the stronger it becomes.
Richard here trying to navigate out his turn a little bit, figuring out whether or not he can afford to go to 4, or he can keep himself on 3. So this is the largest of the two. So I think this one is either 26 or 31. Yeah, looks to be 31.
Guarding with 2 15k shields, though. Oh, and it's varying in the damage zone as well.
It is.
Those are not cards you want to see if you're a Richard.
I think what he can probably do here this turn, I think it's going to be fine. So what he can end up doing is like masking into Mass Zorga. But after he resolves, getting up Bist, using Bist skills for on plays to get a Dragon Tree marker, and then he can go off from that. So hindsight might be a little 2020, but I think with Muhammad's turn, I probably just would have not allowed him to get rid of that Dragon Tree unit, because he's only run 2 copies of it, but I don't think Muhammad could really fully.
We'll see here. So what's interesting is that Richard chooses to actually revive the Dragon Wrench.
Yes, of course.
And now using the ability, he's going to create that Dragon Tree marker. And yep, goes right into Zorga Mask.
Getting his persona right off. He does still have access to Tear from Malice and any other order he actually wants to use, because there's still like Clouded Miasma, Tear from Malice still resolve if he wants it.
Yep. I saw Clouded Miasma go into his dropper in the earlier game. I don't know if I saw In the Dim Darkness. But even then, I don't think he would want to play something like In the Dim Darkness here, because if you're going for something like that dragon play, the double dragon play, you really don't need to revive them. They just pop off on their own.
He's contemplating right now where all of his units are, how he wants to resolve his soul. It's gonna Counter Blast one, Soul Blast one, get back an order from his drop zone. Gets back Tearful Malice. Calls trigger here.
Yep. So he can use it for the Tearful Malice as the sacrifice target.
Gets rid of Bisque, gets rid of crit trigger, so then he gets double roaming Prison Dragon, and he also gets the counter charge. Really nice.
Absolutely. I'm just such a big fan of Tearful Malice having so much more prominence in something like Zorga. I remember back when it first came out, original D-Set 1, not a lot of people used it.
No.
But now having that ability to say, no, I will fuel my drop zone and have the ability to countercharge just makes it so strong in this variation of Zorga.
It does. Like, I'm really happy with Overdress in general. Like, a lot of the older cards, like stuff like Painkiller Angel, cards like that they have like a second life in the other archetypes and other decks. It's just really happy to see that a lot of cards you invested in gives you time to be able to just enjoy your cards again.
Yep. Okay, only one roaming Prison Dragon here, but I mean, if it has a crit, it works.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, with the skill of Zorga Mask, he does get an additional +10 to the front row. So that Roman Persian Dragon is going to be swinging in for 25, which is, pretty healthy. It's a pretty healthy total. And he also Persona Road this turn, which is an additional +10 too as well. So that's the 35k roaming Prison Dragon going in.
Yeah. I mean, if in your Muhammad's position, right? Do you choose to guard the Vanguard and take the dragon, or guard the dragon and take the Vanguard?
But it looks like he got a choice of neither. He's just going to eat it. He's going to take 2 damage here.
Ooh, defensive draw. Little bit of a leg room, a little bit of flexibility here with that draw trigger.
Mm-hmm. Just going to have to guard with 2 cards from hand here. There we go. 30k shield.
Yeah, I also would like to point out on like Muhammad's side for his deck list, he doesn't run the special heals that give more shield power when your opponent has a crit.
Because I think the format right now is like super open, so your targets for it are not always consistent. So a lot of people have been actually shifting back to vanillas nowadays.
Makes sense. All right, going back into Muhammad's turn, going in for that Amnesty Messiah here. Choosing to lock the roaming Prison Dragon, which is very smart because if memory serves, that roaming Prison Dragon is not going to be retired. It's going to get bound.
Exactly, since they've changed a lot of how the lock mechanic worked a lot in the olden days. Now that when the unit does get unlocked at the end of the player's turn who locked the other units before, so now you actually get more open rearguard slots. But getting rid of opponent's rearguard is just essential to them, especially that they allow them to just deny a whole lot of what your opponent's trying to progress with in terms of combos. Get rid of combo pieces. It can be very devastating for a whole lot of decks.
Yeah, especially like something like roaming Prison Dragon, which is a key combo piece for something like Zorga. Just denying it outright by putting it in the bind zones. Like, look, you can't revive it from bind zone.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely true.
All right, so another Amnesty Messiah here. So that's 2 face-up cards in the G zone. So this attack is just getting larger and larger. Klein here coming in for, I believe, a +5 plus the additional 10k. So that's 25k here.
Oh, awesome. I'm really liking that players nowadays, especially with how aggressive this meta is, are looking more closer to blitz orders, because we see now Fine Drink Abolishment for Sins allows you to get +5k for every card that is in your order zone that's bound or in your drop zone, and it gets +5k for each, and you get to draw a card, so it replaces itself, which is great.
Yeah, having that ability just to draw that extra card could matter in the long run. I love seeing more different types of blitz orders being used. Absolutely. I mean, of course, there is Elementary of Sanctitude, which is the most known blitz order. Mm-hmm. But, there's others out there, and just seeing people use them to that degree is really cool.
So now here, Amnesty Messiah coming in with a big swing. It's going to give out power to one particular unit in particular for every card that got unlocked. That's going to be 3 of them. So let's get it +15. So
another heal trigger coming up from Muhammad.
Power to the large column, PG.
A PG, and what I believe look like an arrestor Messiah?
I think it might have been. I think your eyes are keen on that one.
All right. So now that's 3 face-up cards in the G zone, so that's going to be plus 15k to the front board. Staring down 18, 28, minimum 33k?
Mm-hmm. Just going to have to eat this one. Oh, Forbidol.
Ooh, Forbidol into the damage zone. That might have been a really good card to use if you were on Richard's following turns, because you could have used that to potentially grab a roaming prison dragon that might have been still in your deck.
It seems that Zorga is not smiling on him today. He does happen to have all of his very key orders in the damage zone right now. That is tough.
Yep. And now Muhammad using that Generation Break 2 ability, Soul Blasting, and then drawing 3 cards at the end of his turn.
Allowing his hand to be really, 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 really healthy going into
Absolutely. It's just, it's so interesting to think about, right? Because you have that multi-attack power, you have that draw potential, and then, of course, with the crest on top of it, now it's just large numbers on top. So Messiah showing a very strong contention here.
Yeah. We do happen to have a way of possibly pulling this away if we hit kill savoring in our drop zone as we hit our drive checks. But if he can't get no orders activated yet, it's going to be very tough.
We'll see. Using the Dragon Wrench is going to create an additional Dragon Tree marker.
So blasting one here. Going to get himself back either a unit or order from his drop zone.
More than like.
There we go.
Oh, Clouded Miasma. Okay. Clouded Miasma is going to be nice here. It's going to give that ability to give all of your front row units that additional plus 5k power.
Mm-hmm.
So it might matter in terms of this this turn here, like you said earlier, if he's got that kill Zvering in the drop zone to instigate that multi attack. That plus 5k is going to matter on something that is just a 5k.
There we go. It's going to call back his Red Line Grade 2 Husk. It's going to call back. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do here. His hand, his field, and a whole lot of his soul is looking kind of lean right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, looking over here at Richard's deck, you know, if you're thinking about calling units, like, okay, maybe I want to call down a grade 1 unit to boost up this Husk Dragon, but he only runs 2 of the Dragon Wrench and then only 4 Perfect Guards. So that's not that many grade 1s to work with.
Mm-hmm. And especially since you also want to use moments of your Shadow Cloak to kind of bounce some of your PGs back that you might have been using during the game as well, because that's used to be like one of the par and parcel staple combos of Blue Zorga lists. You sometimes can do it in Zorga Mask, but right now he's barely being able to get a chance to. He's contemplating on his drop zone right now, seeing what he can do here still and how he's going to survive. Currently on 5 damage.
He's probably thinking, all right, do I have the necessary resources to try and go for game here? And if I don't, do I have ways to at least farm up some sort of resources to live the next turn?
Mm-hmm. That could be definitely the case. So he's trying to deliberate because he does have a Blue Zorga in drop zone. So he's trying to see whether or not he can make anything work with that.
I mean, the Blue Zorga would be an additional attacker, but is that enough? Like you said, though, I think some of his options here we could talk about. We do have the Blue Zorga in the drop zone. You have that Shadow Cloak that you mentioned earlier. Possibly Rancor Chain.
Could be.
And, you know, going back on the other side, Muhammad having a very, very nice position here. You know, if you're going into Muhammad's turn, all you need to think about is like, okay, if he doesn't have full combo, I'm just maybe living 3, maybe 4 attacks, none of them as lethal with no crit.
So now,
and that's exactly what it is.
They are very large attacks, though.
That is true.
I think they're like 23, 33 right now.
3 very beefy attacks.
Front
oh,
trigger.
with a front on top of it and a PG. That PG might matter.
A lot. His hand is also really tanky too, and it's one of the really cool things that I've really liked about Zorgai in general is that they can kind of build something from nothing. Because as you noticed, Richard's been committing a whole lot of just like triggers to the board and still having healthy hands, which is just astounding as an archetype.
Yeah, definitely. But it also makes me think like it might potentially also be what we call the fake hand scenario, right? How much of your hand is guardable things and how much are just, orders at the end of the day.
True. So right now, Mohammed is currently thinking about how he wants to guard or take these attacks because they're huge right now. Looks like they actually just went to the rear guards here. I like the fact that Richard identifies a lot of the threatening units and figuring out for himself whether or not does it go rear here?
Oh,
does he go
yeah, denying him counterblasts by the looks of it.
Yeah, but he currently has one counterblast open though, so it doesn't fully stop him. But I guess it does stop the stride.
It stops
CB?
the on-stride ability using CB. That's correct.
Yeah, so I guess that's stops that. But he has sacrifice though, and that gives him a counter charge.
Interesting. And looks like he's not choosing to use that on-stride ability. He's going straight into the Excelix Messiah. Resetting up his board. I see an Arrestor first off on the right side of his board, and then I see the was it the Astrolabe Dragon on the other side?
Okay. So I do like this a lot. It does stop the on-stride because it doesn't allow him to lock one of his own rear guards. So he actually gets to keep using Bist and keeps using Husk as rear guards if need be. So this is really good. And they're still really huge rear guards anyway, right?
Absolutely. They're still big, but, going on to Muhammad's side too, this is 3 face-up cards in your G-zone. You have your 4th coming in with your Vanguard attack, and Richard's at 5 damage.
So let's see. This is going to be 1823 because of its own skill, plus 10k because of 2 of them up, 3 of them up, plus 15. It's really decent here.
Yeah, we're looking
38.
Minimum 38, yeah. Which again, if you're in Richard's position, your hand might seem healthy, but is it actually, or is it just fake?
Because he needs to think about it's another 1 attack coming in at least. So it's gonna be 4 attacks this turn. So
and that 4th 33, 48, yep. And then over here, Astrolabe Dragon, I believe his condition is live to get the additional plus 10k power. So that's 23, 33, 38k as well. Guards with his over trigger.
Whoa.
So you don't have that flexibility to check it. Looks like do or die here for Richard.
So it's going to be a
has the PG.
First check.
Heal trigger coming from Muhammad. He shouldn't heal. He's at 3 damage. And blanks for the next 2.
For what I remember from the last 2 turns from Richard, he should have another perfect guard here, or at least enough to guard some of this.
We're about to find out that additional plus 10k. We're looking at both sides. 23, 33 minimum. Once again, I believe he's going to be using that Arrestor Messiah skill. It's going to be additional plus 5k. So that's 23, 33, 43k.
Contemplating how he guards here because he probably doesn't want to have to PG everything.
Yeah,
like
granted, we did see the front trigger from Richard earlier, so he does have at least 20k shield.
Oh, that he used as guard earlier.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he just uses his guard. I think he might have overguarded slightly, but I also might have miscounted. So who knows? I thought he guarded for 48. I thought he would have guarded for 43, which would have just been on enough, and then still have the 20k shield for this last couple attacks here.
Quote unquote certified math experts. Yeah, it's a very tough call here, because if you don't have enough, the question is, all right, what am I more comfortable taking? Is it going to be this damage, or is it going to be the next one?
I think he should eat if he's mathing this out like this. I think he should just eat it. I think he's in a situation where he has no other choice right now. So if the other one comes down to, like, if you can guard both, he should just guard both, and then deal with the consequences after.
Absolutely. Agreed. Because I think at minimum, both of them are 43. Mm-hmm. Oh, he had a double PG to live it.
Yeah, he did. So I was going to take his turn.
Then more than likely what was... No, that actually the Zorga he kept in his hand. I think what ended up happening was he was planning, okay, what do I discard for my PGs?
Yeah. So I guess he didn't want to get rid of his order because he already used his Zorgas already. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. That is the In the Dim Darkness, the Frozen Resentment. He's going to have that ability to revive a unit from his drop zone. And then additionally on top of that, I think he has that Clouded Miasmas in his drop zone. So he can perform an Alchemagic here.
Oh. Okay. So it's in a very awkward situation. I don't think he had a Tearful Malices in his drop because he had it in Soul.
Oh no. So
yeah,
then...
yeah.
The appropriate play then, if he has the Tearful Malice in his... Oh, wait, did we know if he still has the Overcoming the Unnatural Death?
He doesn't have any CB up. No CBOs open. He used both of his CB for both of the effects of his Bist.
So then no Alchemagic here by the looks of it.
None whatsoever. He does still have a Persona Ride, though. Still hitting it for 23. First strike front.
Another front. Oh, there it is. There was the Overcoming.
Yeah, but Muhammad has like 7 to 8 cards still after guarding this.
With Overcoming in hand, can Richard overcome the following turn?
I think Richard's in a scenario where he can actually just eat eat a lot of damage, I think.
Yeah, Muhammad only being at 3 damage, there's a lot of flexibility for him. But it could also be, if some reason Richard doesn't live, Richard lives the following turn, wanting to stay at 3 damage for potentially a roaming Prison Dragon turn.
Mm-hmm. I think he's swinging at arrears here, so he's just thinking about like which one he wants to go for right now. Yeah, he is. I think he's swinging at the Arrestor. I like this. I like this a lot. Because I guess that was probably like his last one and he needed to protect it.
Absolutely. Arrestor being a key piece for Muhammad's deck. So I agree. That was very smart on Richard's end. All right, but it looks like we're going to try and close out a game here with Amnesty Messiah. We have now, 5 face-up cards in the G-Zone?
Yeah, he's just going to eat. Yeah, he has no more.
And there it is. It's a GG's, both well played, but... Messiah overcoming Zorga.
It is indeed. So we could bring it over to us and then we could kind of talk about this match a little bit in length. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, definitely.
I kind of felt a little bit of the weaknesses that sometimes Zorga can happen with it is that he can sometimes not see the orders that he needs on time, or that his damage zone was full of the cards that he kind of needed in his drop zone from earlier, which kind of felt a little bit bad because he couldn't use the Regalis piece for Forbidal to search for his extra Roman Prison Dragons. His Keel Severing was also in the damage zone as well, and he only plays 2 copies. He finally found the second one, but it was too late. He couldn't really utilize that anymore since no CB was open. maybe might have overused Beast, maybe like once or twice too much. I think the on place to get the extra Dragon Tree Martyr might have been a bit too much. But how did you feel about the match overall outside of those things?
No, I mean, for the most part, it seemed a bit back and forth. But as you said, it unfortunately on Richard's side, there was just some pieces he wasn't able to see in time. I know for Zorga, it tends to happen a few games every now and then where it's just, my deck can do so much if I get what I need.
Yeah.
But I will say on Muhammad's part, though, it was very smart of him in that early game. He's like, okay, well, looks like I'm going to be the one to go to grade 3 first. What is the best way I can deny my opponent their resources? I might as well just attack their rear guards, deny them that counterblast. And in the long run, it kind of helped because it helped him roll slowly and surely into multiple strides. So I would say that particular play mattered a lot in that game.
Yeah, especially since he realized that his opponent didn't really see too much earlier. And then after he started establishing his first stride, he just kept on comboing 4 attacks, 5 attacks, 4 attacks, 5 attacks. He's like, well, you got to kind of keep up with me. You're kind of floundering around. You're trying to play the game. I'm just going to keep on pressuring you and pushing you, which was a really good heads up play from Muhammad. I mean, it's safe to see like how both of them are currently like X and O. So like them being on
be in mind this. Yeah, exactly. For the viewers that are watching, this was table 1. Both of them were undefeated going into this.
Yes, directly. But with that being said, hopefully I get to see you guys in the following round of BRO 2023. Don't go anywhere.
Transition. Kai-ho.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG Marketing Manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera. which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account, and it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not going to get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, go ahead and answer this. Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of, yeah. I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have this?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that. And then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like, yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard anime, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like, you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think is ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So, are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So, as far as possible, we would like anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a consistent TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and then they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But I really like Ren, so that's probably
do you have any tips? Like do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like an amusement park? What do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really question.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps for the company as well, I think. Worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company. I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when
Oh, okay. That's two more.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 standard format. We've had a nice few rounds happening. We just concluded our round 5, going against Messiah versus good old Zorga. Over here on my left, maybe not your left, but it's my left, it's JJ.
Hi, everyone. Welcome again. Welcome to the 6th round. It's going to be a very good one for you guys today. It seems to be another well-established deck with a well-established player within our community here in Europe versus someone from the Philippines who's going to be playing a tried and true tested deck, which is one of my favorite archetypes from beginning of set 1. If you can't guess it now, you're not going to figure it out.
Oh, man. So JJ's torn on the inside. Do I root for the home team or do I root for my favorite deck?
It's gonna raise my hand to this. I have no idea.
Exactly. How have you been feeling about the tournament overall?
I've been enjoying it a whole lot. I think it's been a very cool experience to see a lot of players who have been initially getting into standard starting to find their own. We're seeing a lot of players who are getting better at their lines and decision making a little bit. I mean, there's some small errors here and there, but then again, I'm the peanut gallery, right? I'm probably going to make those same mistakes too, right? So I'm really proud of them of being able to make the difference and being able to make those games work. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me personally, I love seeing a lot of like the notable names, especially when it comes to like the online space in general, right? I feel like this Bushiroad Rumble is just one of those amazing events where it's a mini world in a sense, right? Where you can see so many people from so many regions around the world. And a lot of them, we also have a lot of notable faces also, not just doing well in the BCS space, but in this space as well. And it's just nice to see like everyone enjoying themselves and having a good time. Yeah,
that is definitely true. But first, we actually want to take a look at the standings. Currently going into round number 6 as of number 5 has just ended. Let's take a look here.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of notable names, I guess. Yeah, let's take a look here. All right. So I guess I will take away the first 5 here. So at first place, we have Muhammad, who we just saw earlier on stream. Second place, we have Victor. Third place, we have Maximilian. Fourth place, we have Dave V, which I believe that's Mr. Musrax himself, Dave Vecht. And then number 5, we have Nestor.
All right. And then we have Richard DTP, Lucar, Jake Maximilian, Nuno Raimundo, our world's previous standard.
Previous standard.
Previous standard, now V Premium world champion. Then we also have Lim MX rounding up the 4-1 seed slot.
But wait,
there's more.
There's more. So 11th place here, we have Alexander. 12th, we have Miguel. 13th, we have Michael. 14th, we have Jorolamo. Hopefully I said that name right. I apologize if I did. And then in 15th, we have Saram.
Oh God, we just saw Saram actually off the back of playing in AO just a couple hours ago. I have no idea how people like them can stay awake for so long to play more Vanguard, but you know what? It is dedication and I love it. Then we have Marco M, also Styles, also one of the better halves of the Overtriggered YouTube channel, which is also taking part today. And we also have Romain, Romain W is also one of the competitive Vanguard players out of France, which is really nice to see him. Then we have Mervin, then we have Rhea T, then we have Wong JS. Right now, we are getting into the slots where a lot of the competitive players are usually making really good strides into this run.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of notable names here. It just goes to show, very strong contentions. Anyone's game here when it comes to the top 8 cut.
Exactly. Now let's take a look at what our players are going to be jamming in here today. And first things up, let's take a look.
If it's the tried, the true, the tested, it's good old Will Lista. I'm going to be honest, JJ. I don't think there needs to be much explaining. Right? The deck does what it does, but it does it so well.
Exactly.
And if it works well, there's nothing to fix. I will like to add, though, there's a teeny bit of variation here in this particular build. I do see when it comes to the heal, there's 3 of the vanilla heal, as opposed and only 1 of the critical trigger heal, as opposed to a 2-and-2 split.
I guess it's a little bit of a nod to archetypes that can establish and gain some extra crits by effects. So maybe, I don't know, Zorga, maybe for that instance. I think there's very few archetypes nowadays that have crits on a Vanguard. I think it's more of a very aggressive restyling meta. It might be maybe into Gendiva, because that gets crits when you get a certain amount of cards being bound face down for you. So I guess that helps a little bit. Sure.
Yeah, but of course, there's more than just Willista here. Let's take a look at the second deck that he'll be going against.
A deck after my own heart, Hexorb. I'm very happy to see this archetype being played. I think it looks quite literally like one of the lists that's been running currently around in AO. So I'm happy to take a look at this and see what's being a little different here. It seems to be that they're running like 1 Painkiller Angel, 2 copies of Pink Moth Girl Maple, some of the outliers. Actually, it's 2 Painkiller and 2 Maple. So that's some of the outliers that we're running. It does look like they're not running some of the other grade 2s like All Wine, etc. But I guess that's really granted because they just kind of want to commit and take a look at the top of their deck as often as they possibly can. They're using Quadracast, gives them a little bit of extra soul since they're playing into Aquamarine, which does give them the Soul Blast to restand their rear guards all the time, which is really nice.
Yeah, this deck, both of them actually very strong. I personally feel like, and in Hexa Orb's mind, right, the more triggers that I'm able to stack, the harder I'm able to roll.
Yeah, of course. But with that being said, let's take a look at our players and see how much triggers can be seeing during our game of Vanguard.
Will triggers fly? Ladies and gentlemen, only one way to find out. Let's take a look. All right, so on the left, we have Marco playing Will Lista, and on the right, we have Michael playing Hexa Orb. And it looks like, by the looks of things, it looks like Michael will be going first. Now, in your opinion, JJ, how advantageous or disadvantageous would it be for Hexa Orb going first?
It's always a good advantage for Hexorb to go first since it's a Persona Ride archetype, and always being able to get your Persona Rides off is very important. And so it going first is probably like one of the best advantages that can establish. However, it does look like Marco here is using the grade 1 order to draw a card. It's going to get a drive check here.
Nothing on the drive check, but ooh, from the damage check here, I believe I saw one of the, at least in my opinion, right, one of the key pieces for a Hexa Orb, and that is the Octaray Sorceress.
Yes, it is. It's one of the cool cards that I like a lot in this archetype. In my variation of it, I play the Torturous, which searches for the OG Hexorb. I run 1 copy of that, but it's more to like if I draw into my Overtrigger, I can still like search and then shuffle my OT back if I happen to have drawn it, which allows me to, get back triggers back into my deck that I've seen too much of during the game.
All right. Also, looks like Michael here is trying to establish a board here. I see double call, 1 Painkiller Angel on the backboard, and then additionally on top of that, I think a Quadracast Sorceress?
Exactly. Quadracast allowing you to take a look at the top to your deck, soul charging 1. Looks like the other card is probably a trigger, and it also gives you some really aggressive early game, which is really nice.
Oh, no defensive here for Marco, so Michael is just feel free to swing in with a solid 18k on an 8k base.
Mm-hmm. So now it also has a skill. So that wizard there, the Great Wizard on the rearguard circle, allows him to take a look at the top of the deck. And when his Vanguard is stood, it allows him to soul charge it. But it also has an additional skill off of this critical trigger that he gets an additional plus 5k power.
Oh my goodness, pushing Marco
into a trigger.
Right to 3 damage on turn 2. Well, great 2 turn, but regardless.
Yep, forcing him to overguard here, making him use 20k shield to stop this very devastating attack.
Very solid aggro turn by Michael's part. We'll see here how Marco responds here.
It's going to soul charge a critical from hand here.
Setting up, getting his gem. Definitely going to be a key piece if he wants to try and recuperate some of that hand that he had to guard with earlier.
Yeah, especially giving him a little bit of a draw here. Opponent's Vanguard is not grade 3 yet, so you can't use the additional skill of being able to find or restand units yet. But he does get the extra draw of drawing cards here. So he's going to be attacking here for 15.
If you're in Marco's position, do you attack a rear guard here?
Definitely rear. I would definitely attack Wizard here, possibly. But it looks like he's just going to go face.
No, right to Vanguard. Gets a heal trigger. That's not going to pop off, though. Marco is at 3 to Michael's 2.
All right, now he's going to be discarding a card. He could possibly discard a Cycler. There's many things that he can go for here. Discarding the crit that he searched. He's going to use the skill of Pentagleam to take a look at the top 3. Look at the top 3 stack right now. I think I saw a crit in the front, so I'm thinking about the process of how he wants to do this. Might also be an Aquamarine in there. I'm not too sure. I'm only barely able to see this.
This, for me, is sometimes some of the scariest things to see out of Hex Orb Sorceress, is as soon as they ride into Hex Orb Sorceress, they have that ability to start stacking. Yeah. Granted, to this degree, this particular level with the Pentagleam Sorceress, it's not a direct, can put on top, can put on bottom, but nonetheless, it's like being able to have that ability to rearrange cards, possibly draw an additional card that would have gotten to be dead on the drive check. It just kind of plays this pseudo mind game with your opponent.
Definitely. It can be super scary. It looks like it is the front trigger I thought I saw. And then an additional plus 5k from the wizard itself, plus an additional 10k from resolving the trigger off of Hex or Sorcerer's skill, because on her auto ability is whenever you drive check a card.
With an over trigger on top of it!
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. So I find it interesting that he's also not running the Keter OT, but his over trigger will do just fine. He's going to be able to get a card from his drop zone, from his deck to his drop zone, and he can give a unit plus 1 critical, plus the 10k that he gained. Oh my god, it's just power. It's just power.
Exactly. As you said there, JJ, having that ability to salvage a card from the drop zone too, and get a crit on top of that, possibly pushing Marco here to 5 damage.
Yeah, so right now this unit possibly has around 30 to 40k power because of the double front. The front trigger power plus the 10k power plus its own skill triggering twice off of the OT. He's going to look at the top of the deck since you're allowed to do that whenever you want to. And now the other attack, his last attack, is now going to force him to use a PG here.
If Marco has it, and he does.
He does.
All right, managed to live lethal, but even then, before you even ride to grade 3, you're at 4 damage, Marco.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you need to play back here. If he has some Elvira's and stuff, I think he can still do really well into this turn. 2 PGs are gone, sure, but I wouldn't count him out.
You're right. I mean, having that, we do have to take into account there are 2 PGs out, just like as you said. But you also have to think on Michael's crackback, if he has that Aquamarine coming back, you're looking at multiple waves of attacks coming out. So you're going to have to try and find some way to farm a large amount of hand. Granted, if Marco is able to check a heal trigger here, there will be a little bit of flexibility.
Mm-hmm. And especially if he's able to find 2 cards from out of his deck already, he compresses it in such a way that allows him to have a way higher chance of seeing triggers right now, which is exactly what he needs.
Let's see here. Going to be contemplating on what to grab.
Vanguard is now going to be 28k. Thinking. So that's a Unica.
Yep. And a Ramona. Now Ramona will be live, getting that additional plus 10k power because of the order in the soul.
Mm-hmm.
And with Yuika's skill, yep, gets an additional 5k. Having the ability now to get at least a restand from the Ramona. So at the very least, we're potentially looking here at 3 attacks. Oh, never mind. It's full combo. Oh, man. And calling the Ophelia down behind the Vanguard. So that's going to be his tuck-away target to use for Willis's cost.
Mm-hmm. Does leave him over with like only 1 card left in hand, but I think that's fine. Gonna go for intercept on a 1 attack since that's all he swings for 13.
I mean, if I'm in Michael's position, though, I do have a little bit of flexibility. Oh, gets a front trigger, though. Marco, that's huge.
Damage check. Wizard again. Gonna counterblast 1.
We're going to send Ophelia back to the deck. And they're going to restand the other Ophelia. Is Michael comfortable taking all of this this damage here, or is he going to try and guard it all?
I think he probably just try to guard the Ophelia column. That's like 2 cards, and then you just eat the last one. You just go to 4. You just try to match each other in terms of damage. You could, however, in hindsight, maybe go to 5 and then try to damage block your opponent from healing. That's also a possibility.
Multiple lines of play here, yeah.
So you can lose out by them healing on 5 here, which can slow down your momentum.
That's a 20k guard coming in from the Ophelia column, like you said, and then more than likely, I believe you're correct here, JJ. Most likely going to take this Fiona column.
And one of the things to note here, he guarded with Maple here, which basically gives him back a free unit.
Oh, no. So it looks like Marco here chose to attack the Wizard instead.
I like this still too, because it also keeps Michael from possibly being able to heal down to 3 whenever he wants to. Like, sure, you know, it still keeps him on 3 overall, but it still makes Marco have a chance of being able to get rid of the Wizard, which was the rear guard that he used. And does force him to call Maple here.
Not only that, we also see a Persona Ride going into Hexa Orb, Sorceress, Aquamarine.
Mm-hmm.
The latest version of Hexa Orb Sorceress to come out. Having that ability now, we take away some of that trigger power and put it into the ability to restand your rear guards.
All right, looks like we got ourselves Octaray. Gonna look at the top 2.
It's kept that card on top.
You just left them on top.
Yep.
Oh,
immediately, he saw it and he just, nope, I'm gonna put it right down top.
Okay, so he's going to swing here with Octaray Sorceress. This is going to be coming in for 33. One thing to note about this, it does get the plus 5k when it attacked a Vanguard. It is continuous, so sadly it's not auto. It doesn't gain power. It just stays 25. That is a critical trigger.
Yep, defensive crit here. That might matter here. At least an additional 10k power to guards from these multiple attacks that are going to be happening. At least I believe there are.
Sadly enough, that doesn't matter too much. Getting rid of Ophelia here was really smart from him. I really like what Michael did, because he realized his opponent had a small, so he's just trying to think about if his opponent heals here or 6 damage heals, his Ophelia is not going to be there anymore, so it's not something you need to worry about.
All right, there's the PG coming down from Marco. What's that first check? It's a critical trigger. Using that ability, he's going to give the power to the Octaray Sorceress and then restand it. Another crit on top of that. Trigger.
Oh, boy.
Double restand. Both of them critical.
Okay, so what could happen here? Mark could have like a PG and an OT maybe to guard with, right? Since both of them are both 20k triggers and also plus the Persona Ride. Can he guard both of these?
Oh, gets an over trigger.
OT heal?
No OT heal.
Ah, tough. Close though.
That was indeed. I think it was very on edge, if I do say so myself. But yeah, Michael taking it against Marco, Hexaor prevailing over Willista.
Pretty much. I think one of the cool things that I probably like about how Michael played that matchup out is since he realized that he's playing against an archetype that doesn't really interact with his board much, he can commit a very aggressive early game start. And since he has like full vision of his deck in the beginning of the early game, he puts a very uncomfortable situation for his opponent to guard against anything at all. So I really liked how Michael approached it.
Yeah, that grade 2 aggro turn was very, very nice. And on top of the critical trigger on that check as well, just having that ability to push what I believe Willista kind of has like this damage threshold that they try to work with and just pushing them over that edge. Exactly. So that was very nice to see.
Very much so. I will say, though, Marco did try their best, and I think they had a really, really aggressive turn. I think if they had seen maybe like a heal in a couple of the turns, like leading up to the 5th damage to 6th damage turn, they possibly could have made a turning point at some point into the game. Maybe if they had seen an Elvira, something like that, maybe gotten to resolve one of the Persona rides and stuff, maybe they could have made it work.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think that shows that with Willista particularly, even though they can at least seem like they're in lethal, all it takes is a couple of Elviras, a couple of good order calls, and you draw a whole bunch of cards in your hand, and you reestablish yourself. Yeah. But unfortunately for Marco, that wasn't the case, even though, like you said earlier, he tried to play that to the best of his ability.
Definitely. But with that being said, guys, I do want to appreciate each and every last one of you guys for tuning in, stopping on by for round number 6. We still have 1 or 2 more rounds still to go in this awesome battle of Cardfight Vanguard players. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Bandari Girls Band Party! Poppin Party! キラキラドキドキしたいな。
アフターグロー。今日もいつも通り行こう。
パステルパレット。みんなで最高のステージにしようね。
ロゼリア。このメンバーで頂点を目指すわ。
ハローハッピーワールド。世界を笑顔に。モルフォニカ。輝く景色を一緒に。
レイザー水蓮。暴れる準備はいい？
個性豊かなバンドメンバーとライブを成功させよう。リズムゲームパートではゲームオリジナル楽曲がたくさん遊べる。さらにライブ背景を MV にして遊べる楽曲も。そしてリズムゲームの体感もパワーアップ。有名カバー楽曲も続々登場。知ってる楽曲でたくさん遊べるよ。最大5人での協力ライブが可能。みんなで協力してライブを成功させよう。バンドライフを楽しむアドベンチャーパート。ラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ。日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう。私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそう。バンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中。始めよう私たちのバンドライフ。
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Also, you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest.
Okay.
In a day of crash course. So slowly got to sync to the new play style, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese, because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bonus skill to have because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah. You never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot, and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of, I got the question a lot, but yeah, I know. Yeah.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote flights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, I believe, the final round for Bushiroad, day 1 for the standard circuit. This time, I'm back once again, and I'm co-hosted with the lovely, it's on the other side, lovely JJ here. Left and right. It's super confusing sometimes.
Trust me, you know what? I had that issue when I was a kid. I was yelled at. I could not tell my left from my right. So you know what? mood. It's fine. So what we have for us today, Eric? What's going on?
We're gonna have a very I've not said it today yet, so I'm gonna end up this stream a very spicy matchup today, because we're not going to see the tried and true two decks that you might expect for the last round. We're going to have two very exciting decks, as one we featured before, but another one we haven't seen so far and might be under the radar for a couple. And I'm not going to spoil just yet. I think I will just show you the deck list and talk about it once it shows up. So once we go, the pictures up, we just talk about it. So first off, we have, drum ruffle, if this is the secret. Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. We've got Phantom Blaster Overlord in the final round for BRO 2023 Standard Edition. So for anybody that isn't aware with what Phantom Blaster Dragon or Phantom Blaster Overlord does, it is essentially you sacrifice your own units, you retire your opponent's field, and you achieve multi-attacks with your blaster units. And with the latest inclusion of the new promos, this deck has become very deadly. We've got the grade 2 Archer that allows you to get more power every time a blaster unit attacks. And spoiler alert, you have a couple of blaster units that allows this thing to stack. And we also have the other grade 2, the blue-haired girl, that it can be retired for 2 units, thus being able to generate more value of your sacrifice effects, as you don't have to invest so many cards. And as for the rest of the engine, it's pretty standard. Well, we have our blaster javelins, our blaster darks, we've got our blaster Overlord and our normal Phantom Blaster dragons. But then, interestingly enough, its ride line is a bit different, as we see that we play Wingle Brave and Little Sage Marin. Now, Marin does work with this, as it interacts with Blaster grade 2s and higher, but you can also opt to use this ride line if you don't have early game to call out the Wingle and have Sacrifice Fodder if you go into your grade 2 Blaster Dark to sacrifice something. So it's quite a flexible build with a lot of option, and with a lot of multi-attack and crit pressure, this could be very deadly. But it won't be an easy win, because it has a very powerful contender to face, and JJ will go over that one.
Awesome. So right now, we're going to be taking a look at the other list run by Nuno Raimundo from Portugal, our previous world champion V Premium. He is going to be showing us how it looks to time leap our opponent into oblivion. But first, we'll take a look at some of the spicy text that he's added and included into this archetype, which does give it a little bit of a defensive and offensive threshold. He is running one copy, of course. You can only run one copy of the Regalis piece, the Evergreen Transfer, allowing you to deny or slow down a whole lot of your opponent's over trigger pressure, since you have moments now where you are going to get crit out of the game and your opponent's going to have a whole lot of extra power. It is a way of you being able to slow down your opponent's pressure while you being able to keep up and possibly pass your opponent. Then we also have other inclusion of the Causality Dragon, Crucial Dragon, which does use your over trigger that's in your drop zone, so that your opponent can't call grade 1 or greater cards. So if you happen to drive check any critical triggers or anything like that, you can get rid of them. And it also has an additional ability that allows you to get rid of one of your other rear guards and retire a column from your opponent, which is a lot of extra utility that is added to an archetype that is already strong already. It just gives it an extra layer just in case scenarios. It's really nice.
Yeah, that's basically how you could describe it better than I ever could. It is your typical Chronojet build with a lot of interesting text, and hopefully we're going to see those in action once we dive into the match if our players are ready, because this is probably once again a fight with a lot of fireworks, as we got two very powerful decks played by two very powerful players. But while we are waiting for the fight to start, JJ, what are your thoughts about this particular matchup in terms of who's more favored, and what are your thoughts on if a certain player goes first, who probably can edge that advantage a bit more than the other?
Those are all very, very good questions. I feel like the PBO player can edge the advantage if they see any of the copies of Night Desolation, Fionalala. it does allow it to get that pressure going, and it also needs to see some Skull Witch in the mains, which can give the Phantom Blast and Dragon an extra life. It basically works as a way of being able to draw extra cards, of being able to soil charge your card, and fulfilling the cross-ride mechanic that a lot of older players would probably recognize, of getting plus 10k and plus 1 critical on your Vanguard swings, which gives you ways of being able to just get extra advantage. And plus, it doesn't really need your opponent to be on grade 3, other than only like the extra plus 10k power. It doesn't really matter. But being able to call your Blaster Dark that they're running 2 copies of, I am interested to see how this works out. And Knight of Severity does give your Blaster Dark extra drive checks, which can put it in a situation that can be very detrimental for your opponent, because you're always driving 4 cards a turn, which is nice.
Yeah, that combination of extra drive check on the rear guard, that's going to be very powerful and useful by not only pressuring, but also getting more advantage. And as we see here, apparently Nuno Raimundo is taking the initiative with going first, which I think is an impact, has marginal impact in this situation, because Nuno isn't able to capitalize on being grade 3 first, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have to deal with a full power Phantom Blaster Dragon on a 10k base immediately.
Yeah, that's right. Because right now it doesn't matter that he is currently on 8k. These Knight of Fionas are going to be able to push a whole lot of damage. One is going to be attacking for 18. The other one is going to be going in for 28. I did think I got a glimpse of an overtrigger from Jake's hands just now. So that's going to be probably out for the game. But still, getting some early aggression is going to be fundamental of him being able to get some pressure going.
Nuno Raimundo staying at 1 damage is good, but he did just sacrifice quite a lot of cards and shield value from his hand. And we also see he guarded with, I believe, the grade 3 that got an additional 10k shield, which is nice in this situation. But it also means Nuno Raimundo will have significantly less resources to counteract this aggression that Jake is putting out. Because keep in mind, if he doesn't commit cards, those grade 1s will stay 18k, which will bully his 10k smoke gear as easy as it just did this turn.
That's definitely true. So right now he's thinking about how he wants to approach this turn. He probably wants to reduce the power of those Knights down, because they reduce their power equal if there's another rear guard in the same column as it. So it helps them, their power get reduced by a bit. And they're also 18k on both turns. So this gives them a way of being able to push pressure on both of them. So I think he's going to try to swing at them. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for it. Might swing that Mesa Gear into the other one. Does he let it go?
I think he's attacking rear with his Vanguard here.
I think so too. Yeah, he did. I think he might pass a turn here. He might not want to give any. Yeah.
I like this play because it means he cannot utilize Blaster Dark if he rotates into Blaster Dark for the counterblast skill for the extra drive check. But that does give Jake the opportunity to say, you know what? Because I cannot use Blaster Dark, I'm not going to call out the Wingle and get this fetch. But apparently he's whiffing or deciding to not add a Blaster card from his top 7. So we're most likely going to see a Wingle hitting the board, which then again can be a booster for the Vanguard, thus making better numbers here.
But getting the extra Wingle out, let's see. He's contemplating where to put it, whether or not he wants to put it under Van. I think he's going for a think. Yeah, I like this a whole lot. He's going to be calling down the Knight of Inheritance, Emily. That's going to be able to look at a top 7 of his deck here to see if he can find a Blaster unit to commit to the board.
Oh, he finds the Phantom Blaster Dragon, so that means if he has in the main, next turn he's going to be at full power.
Oh, definitely. Thankfully, he doesn't need to discard a card because he doesn't need to add it from his hand, and he also gets additional power whenever one of his Blaster unit attacks. It doesn't need your opponent to be grade 3 or anything, so that's extra plus 5k. That's already 21k already by itself. Very aggressive turn here from Jake again.
Yeah.
He's not stopping.
He's just going full force. Because I was assuming he's going to add it to hand, but I think I saw a glimpse of another one in his hand. So yeah, he can just go for full power. And with that Emmeline getting 5k every time a Blaster unit attacks, including the Vanguard, that means this aggression is just non-stop. And Nuno has to fight for his life to keep himself into this game.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's see what Nuno goes into here. Of course, the only option is to go for Jet Ear so you can get his Baron
Yeah, I think Nuno is probably contemplating how much value this twin drive is going to get and if he needs to dedicate more cards to the field. Because those 8k rearguards are now just doing nothing, as everything is 10k or higher on Jake's board. And I think Nuno is probably thinking he needs at least one trigger in his drive check to keep him in the game, because not only the triggers help him to pressure, but more importantly, I think he's looking for shield value at this stage of the game now.
Definitely, and since he needed to commit a little bit of a shield value ready to discard into his right deck, he's going to try to find a way to get back into it. Maybe hitting a heal here would be really, really good. Him filtering just now, getting his Balin. He's also going to be filtering again to get the Chrono Jet out using his Steam Breath Dragon, which is the grade 1 Stride fodder, the new iteration of Stride fodders that we've gotten in the new Stride set. He's going to be able to find himself another Chrono Jet to add to hand again, trying to filter out his deck to find possibility of getting a chance to get some triggers here.
Now, I do have a question for you, JJ. If you're in Nuno's shoes, would you still go for the rearguards this turn? Because Jake is still at 0.
I think I do, but I do it with a prerequisite that I'm doing it to try to counter the main.
We got a front and a crit. And Emmeline is a good choice because Emmeline does keep growing every single attack. So it's an annoying rigger to have. Now Nuno's probably thinking, do I use the crit to pressure or just go rearguard and turn and leave it to that?
I think right now he'll probably try to swing Vanguard now. Crit, Power Van. So this is 28 to crit. Does he take this? I probably would like to guard here, to be honest. Really? Okay. It's could have been a 15k guard if he wanted to.
I think it was 20k because he had a front and a crit.
Oh, so 38. Yeah, you're right. It was a 20k guard.
So I think Jake considered a 20k shield from his hand, which probably would be like 2 cards. It's not worth it to keep him at 1 damage. Because keep in mind, he can utilize that counterblast.
That's true.
So the main coming down and the Phantom Blaster hitting the soul. So that means Overlord is going to be at full power. He's going to have to crit. And because his opponent is at grade 3, he's going to get 10k power to himself and the unit is going to call as well. So this is going to be a powerful turn, especially with Nuno being at 4 damage.
So now we have access to Phantom Blast, the Overlord. Is currently thinking of whether or not he... Okay, yeah. So this is going to go into Steam Breath here, I think. Upstream, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, this column is quite low, so might as well go for upstream because that forces him 10k shield from this attack instead of 5, I assume? Or the... Oh no, in the main, it's just a 10k column.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's just upstream to remove the interceptor. But I also see that he just called I think that's called Clodiana to the back row, which means his Blaster Dark is going to have drive checks. He's going to call.
Yep, that's right. And since he took all this extra damage already, he's going to be able to secure ways of being able to pressure his opponents with rear guards. So since we haven't really read out her skill out loud yet so far, so let's read it together, class. This unit can when this unit would be retired for the cost ability or Vanguard with Blaster, it's regarded as 2. It also has an additional ability when it's retired by the ability of your Vanguard with Blaster. If your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, you could choose a Blaster from your rear guard, and it gets when this unit attacks, discard a card from your hand, and this unit may perform drive checks. And the cool thing with Blaster Dark, that if it is on the Vanguard circle, it gets Twin Drive. And it gets an additional drive +1. So now it actually has Twin Drive right now.
And he just also hit a crit here, so this Blaster Dark is going to swing for a crit, so it's swinging for lethal right now.
All right. It's getting extra shielding here. He doesn't need to pay the extra cost of anything. So it's first check and second check. That is nothing. You give power to, I would say, yeah. I would probably say PPO. And one of the cool other things as well, the Blaster Dark is going to get retired after the end of battle. So I'm actually really happy. So now we also circumvents playing around Chrono Jet. So that's going to be 1 damage for Nuno.
Yeah, because the cool thing about Overlord is he can call the Blaster Dark from drop as well. So that means next turn he can do it again.
And And since we do have information, he probably has OT in hand. Jake being able to guard this turn is going to be pretty proficient for him. But we do have a ride into Fate Rider Dragon, being able to hopefully get some card advantage. Upstream is gone. Some GGs are gone. Gungrum's soul is a bit low, but I still feel like he can make this turn work.
I'm kind of curious why he chose to put the Great Free to the bottom of the deck, because Jake being at low damage means there's a chance he's going to hit a defensive trigger. And the first try turn for the class, they don't generate that big of a number. So one defensive can stop all of attacks. And if he kept the Blessed Dark in the front row, he at least has something to go into.
I think he did it because it's a 13k attacker. It could become 23 on a Persona right turn. So he's just doing it just to get rid of an extra attacker, to be honest.
So PG coming down for the Fate Rider, which makes sense because triple drives, as all of our OG GR players know, can be devastating.
Yeah, because it gives you a higher chance of possibly driving into critical triggers, just like that one that Nuno drive check into. Right now, he's maybe not really looking for that. I think you'd probably want to look for a heal trigger right now, to be honest, but
well,
that's another critical. You know what? Never mind.
Imagine Jake saying, I'll take this. Then he would have won the 6 year.
Yeah, exactly.
So upstream coming down. I think did he put all triggers? Oh yeah, there's the OT you were talking about. So I assume he put both critical triggers in upstream here.
So now we have Zarbon here being able to put 2 cards. Zargon here being able to put 2 cards into Soul if this happens to land.
But that's an interesting part here. This is just a 21k attack. So Jay could either say, take it, give me 1 SCB. But do you want to give Nuno Ramuna those 2 extra soul to work with potentially next turn?
I'd give him nothing. Give him nothing.
I mean, it's essentially 50k shield, so it should be 1 trigger to guard. And that's it.
Yeah. Nuno is a V Premium Worlds finalist. I do not want to give a player like that any form of quarter at all.
I mean, that's a fair assessment. Give him an inch and he might take your whole deck. So who knows what happens. So Jake's turn starting, and it looks like he doesn't have a Persona right because you would probably slam it down the second it's your turn.
I think he drew a draw trigger for turn, so he's currently looking for a little bit of rough wear.
That's not the greatest position to be in.
No, not at all. He also might stand to lose this Blasted Dark too. So this could be a little tough here to deal with. Got rid of 2 cards from hand. Gets Blasted Dark out. Does he use Blasted Dark skill to retire? I don't think he does. Those are the 2 cards he was looking for earlier. I think he still has a PG in hand, so he's fine. But his Blasted Dark is going to be gone, sadly enough.
Well, the thing that we do know now, both players have guarded with their OT. So there's OTs are going to be out, and it looks like Nuno is going into the next stage. He's going to the next stage, and honestly, I can respect the respective. Jake is at free. His hand is not the greatest, and we know he had at least 1 great free with 0 shield in his hand. So just swinging twice with the Vanguard, do the same drive check he had last turn, and you win the game. So I can see why you do this.
So let's see. His next stage swing unboosted. His attack columns are a bit big already. They are plus 10 on their own. So this is coming in for 38.
Another
a critical trigger. I think you could possibly give Balin a plus 10 since you already sent the card to the bottom of the deck, but it didn't go to the bottom. It went back into the right deck since that's how it resolves. So then you're going to give everything to the Balin here. Some people would actually like to give it to the... Are you a person who sometimes gives power to your booster or no?
Sometimes I do this, but in this particular situation, with Chronojet, with the opponent only being at free, the only reason where that would be useful is if I hit double critical. But Jake takes 2 damage from the rearguard here.
And a critical again. And unfortunate. No way of being able to guard against Nuno. My Raimundo's aggression going into his next stage turn. Unfortunately, there was no stage for him to exit from other than left.
That's kind of surprising because Jake had such an early aggression and such a good tempo play from turn 1 into turn 2, in his first great free turn. But sadly, he could not continue this pressure up into turn 4 because if he could, I think he would have won the game easily. But that last turn that he had with just 2 triggers calling, it's a 10k that does nothing, and then Blessed Dark is just a 10k guard, and the Vanguard is OT. you lose all the early momentum that you just have.
Yeah, I think what happened a little bit during that game as well, it was that during a couple of his draw phases, he drew into a couple of the triggers and he drew into like non-trigger units that were no shield value. So that kind of is the wrong order of progression here. He also ended up losing like 2 perfect guards already. He ended up not seeing the second blast of dark that he was looking for, and Nuno's heads up idea of denying the counter blast because of his early aggressive play, Jake's early aggressive play, and punishing him for it. So we're seeing a lot of people being punished for very early aggressive starts here at this event, and I'm really happy to see that people are like, you know what, I kind of know what his deck is looking to do, and I'm not really here for that. I'm gonna stop you.
Just no, we just
No.
don't do this here. No, it's a good. I had the same assessment because if he had given that one counterblast for Blessed Dark, it would have been a completely different game because we would at the very least be 1 card further with every single draw, with every single dry check, and who knows what we would have gotten out of that.
So it would have been able to tempo out into like a positive aspect of that game for him. But Eric, that was the last one.
That was for today. For
today. That was the last one of today. Small heads up though, a couple other players in chat has also corrected me on a small scale interaction with Octaray that she's now at auto. I have the old printing of the card, so my bad. I'm gonna eat that one. So thank you guys for correcting us on that one. I will see you guys hopefully, or we will all see you guys shortly after a short break. We will take a look at the last standings, the final standings on the day, and then we'll see you guys real soon.
So sit tight and see you soon.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
am I going to get fired?
This is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but you know, we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. So, what do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, so I was saying Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, that's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I know. Yeah.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world is quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of the cards sometimes, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. Because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so that's still kind of okay. But at the same time, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. You care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of it. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is, of course, selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So, as far as possible, we would like, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby. So we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case by case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I will take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he will lose like an important fight. But like I really like Ren, so that's probably
do you have any tips? Like do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like amusement park? What do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like, you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I did used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time, and then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Give me.
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
バンダリガールズバンドパーティーポッピンパーティーキラキラドキドキしたいな
アフターグロー今日もいつも通り行こう
パステルパレットみんなで最高のステージにしようね
ロゼリアこのメンバーで頂点を目指すわ
ハローハッピーワールド世界を笑顔にモルフォニカ輝く景色を一緒に
レイザー水蓮暴れる準備はいい
個性豊かなバンドメンバーとライブを成功させようリズムゲームパートではゲームオリジナル楽曲がたくさん遊べるさらにライブ背景を MV にして遊べる楽曲もそしてリズムゲームの体感もパワーアップ有名カバー楽曲も続々登場知ってる楽曲でたくさん遊べるよ最大5人での協力ライブが可能みんなで協力してライブを成功させようバンドライフを楽しむアドベンチャーパートラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそうバンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中始めよう私たちのバンドライフハッピーピンキにはなぜ悲しみに濡れて
なんて完全に私たちらしく重点を揺らし心を貫いて離
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at so what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online. And those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So Of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decide to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final, just last few things that we need to finish. We got to finish, dusting cobwebs, making sure to prep everything up for day number 2. So we're going to be taking a quick look at the final standings. But before we get into that, let's talk about the day. How did you guys feel about the day?
Tired.
That's a big mood for me. But still really fun nonetheless, right? I saw a lot of interesting games and a lot of interesting decks that honestly I didn't think I would see.
Okay, true. Talking about interesting things that happen. So for a little bit of clarity and transparency for the players and viewers at home, yes, we did have like a couple irregularities our last feature match. Those have been appropriately taken care of and game losses has been given. Hopefully you appreciate the hard work and dedication the judges put out here for you guys at home. Human error can happen. We're not always perfect. We try to bring the best in terms of tournament integrity as much as we possibly can. And I appreciate you for taking your patience out with us. So hopefully you guys still enjoyed the gameplay, the ones that you could enjoy during the streams. And tomorrow there's going to be way more to come.
I think that's the best you can say in this situation because, as I've seen with the top 8 that we're going to get, tomorrow is going to be spicy. Let's say.
So he was like going for that wind-up, you saw that?
Tomorrow, if anybody's looking to cast tomorrow, I'm going to actually take maybe 20 or 30 minutes head over to his place. Don't ask me questions about it. Okay.
Oh, we're going to be down a co-caster tomorrow. Oh, no.
But without further ado, let's take a look at the last and final standings before we get into day 2. All right, gentlemen, these are our standings. We have Muhammad versus Carmelo. This is your full-on top 8 going into day number 2. Who else do we have here, Fuzzy?
Oh, we got here, after that, we have Saram versus Romaine. And then, if I may, it's actually a very interesting bracket right after that. So we have Dave Vecht, a.k.a. Moosrax, making it in, versus Mervin A., also known as 984 Smurf. So that's a very, very stacked top 8, if I do say so myself. But we have one more after that, if Eric wants to take that away.
Yeah, and lastly, for last fight for top 8, we have Lim versus Miguel. Lim we've already seen in the stream earlier today, and with that we also know what decks we can expect in this top 8 because we've done the numbers, done the math, and quite interesting. We got a couple of interesting decks in this top 8 cut. I don't know exactly which player is going to have which against each other, but I can tell you we have 3 Ballistas. We have 2 Jet players, and now we get to the spicy part. We got 1 Zorga, 1 Messiah, and the 1 Eva. And that's one that I'm very excited for, that Eva made it to top 8, because this is Eva that's still on last support, because she's still waiting for the future release with this next set.
And I'm really happy to see that one of those kind of archetypes, if you could bring it back to us to kind of talk about everything else here. Like a lot of the established players, we already kind of have an idea. We have Romaine Cardfight being established players on that Zorga list, because that is one of the very interesting archetypes that we didn't get to see a whole lot of during the stream for today. So we'll be able to see a whole lot of it tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe do some really cool, interesting things. Unfortunately, the last player that we had on didn't really get a whole lot of things that he wanted to do together, but the one who got in the top 8 is going to probably show it exactly how it's done. What do you guys make of this top 8, actually?
Honestly, with the decks that we have with this so far, I am surprised that we've seen certain decks, because when we started this day, the 2 names that people will probably know were Ballista and Gandiva. But as we just saw, there are no Gandivas in the top 8. And surprisingly, Chrono Jets came in and like, you know what? I'm going to take Gandiva's slot as the number 2 in taking this spot. But then there were still a couple of interesting decks squeezing their way into the gaps that have been forming with Zorga, Messiah, and Eva. And those are the ones I'm very excited for what we're going to see. Because are we going to get them into Melissa, or are we going to see a very exciting matchup as like Eva against Zorga or something? Those are the things I'm excited for.
Yeah, definitely. I think if I can just emphasize a little bit on it, when it comes to just Gandiva as a whole, don't get us wrong, it's still a very powerful deck, but it just goes to show that even though you run those types of decks, doesn't necessarily mean that's what you need to make it to the top.
Yeah, because then those decks oftentimes can have issues playing into archetypes who can be just as aggressive as they are, right? They probably didn't see the persona rides they needed, maybe having to fight against each other because there's so much of them. That can always happen. And then playing into those type of situations where they get preyed on by archetypes that also have their own retire, right? They can be denied from their own game plan. So those things can always happen. Those are one of the really cool things that I really like about Vanguard, that we've seen a lot more skillful play than I've ever seen before in a very long time from the player base. This might sound like flame, guys. This is not, trust me, this isn't flame. This is just showing, this is just me telling the community that y'all are getting a whole lot better, way better than I probably have ever been at your stage of your life in playing the game. So I'm like, you know what? Nice. Nice. Pretty good.
All the kudos. All of the kudos.
All of the kudos at all.
Yeah, adding on to that part, like even though we didn't see Gandiva, we can assume maybe what has happened, because we have seen the similar aggressive decks on stream that were able to high roll, but then didn't win because they ran out of gas, couldn't capitalize on the win, or the opponent hit a good timely defensive trigger, or they saw their persona right. So that's to show that aggressive decks by nature don't necessarily win by just being aggressive. You need to be strategic and be tactful and mindful about your resources. And that's where the big brain players are coming out on top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just goes to show that even though the deck can pump out a large amount of pressure, being able to try and do that for round after round after round might not always add up. And because of that, while the deck itself may be prominent and while the deck itself may be strong, doesn't necessarily mean it'll be able to survive the entire length of the tournament.
All right, talking about surviving, living, let's say with that being the case, let's take a look at what tomorrow will bring. We're going to be checking in with you guys tomorrow. Be sure to tune in on the stream for tomorrow on the 5 p.m. PDT, there's 8 p.m. EDT, there's 1 a.m. CEST, there's also CSET, and then there's 8 a.m. SGT and 11 AET, respectively. So if you guys want to hop in, watch us live, make sure to keep those time zones in mind for when we're going to be coming on again tomorrow. So with that being said, be awesome, stay awesome, guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all for tuning in and stopping on by. We see you guys tomorrow.
Stay awesome, everybody.
And I bet you guys see you tomorrow. Otherwise, I will come to you. Or JJ.
4 a.m. gang. Let's go.
Let's go.